Right, good morning everybody. This is day 2 of an inquiry into an appeal by Little Great Britain Limited against the refusal of planning permission for demolition of all buildings and structures and the construction of a Class A1 food store and Class C3 dwelling houses, together with access egress from Ongar Road and Berlin Road, car parking, landscaping, replacement substation, associated engineering works. We all know why we're here. Housekeeping, phones off please. If a phone goes off, whoever it is will have to sit on the naughty step. Other than that, I'm guessing we're not having any fire drills, so if we hear a fire alarm, it's same as yesterday, out there and down the stairs. Are there any procedural matters before we continue? Sorry? Okay, thank you. I knew that. I was relying on you. In which case, yesterday we heard from Mr. Henderson, and we finished off by hearing evidence in chief from Mrs. Gore and a portion of the cross-examination, which Mr. Taylor will now continue. Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Gore. Hope you're all right today. We were looking at the traffic count data just before we broke, and you made a point yesterday that you produced some Department for Transport data in your proof, which I think you say at 4:23 suggests that we've generally returned to a pre-COVID situation in terms of traffic. Is that your?
Yes, that's right.
Just so that we can understand what you've produced in your Appendix HG6, what you've produced is an examination of daily traffic flows by mode. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And of course, in terms of what's of importance to the modelling, and what we're looking at in the modelling, we're looking at peak hours, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
So you don't produce and haven't produced any traffic count data that looks at the position post-COVID in terms of what's happening in the peak hours, do you?
I only provide the data as set out in my Appendix 6, which is the daily flow, which is representative of flows on the network generally.
And so if, for example, travel habits had changed because people were working from home and they were making their movements later in the day, something you suggested yesterday, I think, it's quite possible, isn't it, that the peak hour flows post-COVID could have reduced without any huge significant impact on the daily flows overall?
That's correct, because we've only produced the daily flows. However, the observations on site are that traffic conditions are returning to post-COVID, and although people are working from home, a lot of people have swapped from car traffic to public transport, and therefore there's a lot more high percentage of people actually in cars and in public transport than there were pre-COVID.
Right, sorry. You mentioned from observations on the site.
Sorry.
Surveys that aren't in the documentation. Is that what you're referring to?
Sorry, that I need to clarify that. No, just generally around the county, not observations on the site itself.
So this is just general feeling when you're wandering around Essex and that the traffic's back to the same levels it was during the peak hours. Is that what you're saying? Everywhere?
Generally throughout Essex, yes, I think that is the understanding from our traffic count data team, that generally they are returning to pre-COVID figures.
The peak hour flow count data, the only post-COVID count data that we've got is that set out by Mr. Budd in his proof at table 3.1 on this page 17, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And what I'm going to do, and this is where it gets mathematical, as I foreshadowed yesterday, I just want to have a look at the changes in the flows as between 2014, 2018 and 2022, just in terms of the numbers. I know you've expressed some caution about using 2022, but I'm just doing the maths here, okay? In terms of the change between, in the AM peak, between the two-way flow from 2014 and 2018, we can see that there's a reduction. By my maths, it's 159 that reduces by. If we look at 2018 to 2022, we can see again there's a reduction of about 75 on my maths. And if we look at 2014 to 2022, we see a reduction of 234. If we do, and so we can see, can't we, from that 234 figure, if we compare that with the traffic generation, which Mr. Budd has set out in his table on page 29, the two-way weekday AM traffic generation proposed less existing is 32. So 32 additional trips in a context where numbers have reduced by 234 isn't going to be noticed, is it?
It will be noticed in the difference in the PMPs like day to day, but from 2014, it will be noticed sort of like some of the increases will be noticed day to day because obviously the VISIM modelling shows that there is an impact from the development. Not so much in the AM peak, more the PM peak because the PM peaks are bigger. But I accept that it's not much of an increase from 2014.
In fact, if you add the data, you don't get to the levels of 2014, do you?
Not if you do those maths, no.
And the same is true in the PM peak, where from 2014 to 2022, we look at those numbers. 2014, we've got 1410, and on table 3.1 on page 17. And for 2022, we've got 1094. That's a reduction of 216 movements, and the PM peak weekday figure generation is 158. So we can see the same pattern, can't we? That if you add the 158 to the 2022 figure, you don't get back to the level that was actually counted in 2014. Sorry.
If you do those maths, yes. I think our point is basically that you shouldn't be comparing manual classified count data with ATC data because they're collected totally differently. And also, we still don't think the 2022 flows are representative. Yes. But in terms of the absolute maths, yes, I agree.
I understand. picture. The Saturday picture for 2014 to 2022, we've got 1378 in 2014, and in 2022 we've got 1195. So that's a reduction of 183 by my maths. And the traffic generated is 291. So we can see that from page 29 of Mr. Budd's proof, his table 4.5. And so there would be additional trips, doing the maths, compared to 2004 on the Saturday peak there. The difference between 183 and the 291 figure. But it's important to note, isn't it, that that the levels of flow on a Saturday are still lower than the PM peak weekday, aren't they? Yeah. Sorry.
In terms of the 2022 count, which we don't accept, that they're almost identical, the flows, and that they're very, very slightly less than the 2014 count.
Slightly less.
Slightly less, not a lot less.
Right. So changes of 216 and 183 vehicles. That's slightly less. Network as a whole.
Sorry, in terms of, I was just comparing the 2014 MCC, which is 410, reduction to 378, so that's not a lot.
Oh, I see.
And then the reduction, the 2022 count is 1,194 and 1,195, so it's one more, so it's identical. That's what I was comparing.
He responds to concerns about impacts on a Saturday here, and he explains his view that the figure 7 in Appendix 8 of the transport assessment submitted shows total turning movements at the William Hunter Way roundabout, the total junction inflow at 2195 with the development in the weekday PM peak, and 2436 vehicles in the midday peak on Saturday. He says the impact of the appeal site on this junction, assuming that 70% of Lidl's traffic is new to the network, is 90 vehicles per hour in the PM peak and 126 vehicles on a Saturday. So, in other words, he's identifying what a 36 vehicle per hour increase on a Saturday. You don't question those figures, do you? You accept those numbers?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And he identifies those increases compared to the reference case as being a 5.3% increase in the PM peak and a 5.5% increase on the Saturday?
It's 4.3% on a Friday, yes, 4.3 then a 5.5.
Sorry. I want to turn to, having looked at the traffic count in a little bit more detail. It relates to this issue about new trips to the network and what it's appropriate to assume. Now, we've got essentially three categories of trips, as I understand it. There are new trips to the network, so that's people who aren't currently driving at all within the network, who are attracted to the development, and so join the network for the first time. We've got people who are already on the network and who link a trip to the new store with other journeys they were already making. And we've got pass-by trips, that's to say those passing by on the network already, who then divert their trip into the store. Those are the three elements we're interested in. Yes? Now, in terms of the Mr. Budd's evidence, he explains at page 30 of his proof
transferred.
yeah.
But yeah.
It, yeah. Yeah. Yes, I don't think it's being used quite in that way here. Do you want to explain, because you'll do it better than I will.
There's a very, very good summary of it in the Tricks 14 of 1, because it does, because they're very, very similar, but slightly. So, sorry, that is core document G11.
So where would that be in the MBCD, whatever?
G.
Planning policy guidance, etc. Yeah.
Yes.
Page. What? It won't take you to it. Sorry, page 2281. 2281.
So basically, that gives the description on the. It's a page 3. I'm not sure what paginated number it is, but it's page 3 of that actual document in the introduction. Section 2, introduction. So it's paragraph 2.2.6. So that describes pass-by, which is just passing by the store itself. And diverted are already present on the local network, but not the road from which access is taken, and would divert from the existing route to access the development. They be similar to pass-by, but have to deviate to make use of the development. Diverted trips will tend to return to their original route after visiting the development. Then transferred trips are already present on the local network, accessing similar existing sites in close proximity to the development, and will have the potential to transfer the destination to the proposed development.
All right, thank you. I know where to go now. Mr. Taylor, I'm truly sorry.
No, not at all. In essence, those three categories are all categorised as secondary trips, so it may be better if we describe it as new trips and secondary trips, I think is the technical. Bud turns to the importance of that in his page 30, and indeed describes secondary trips and the subcategories of them in 421. And then he refers to established research in his table 4.6, looking at typical trip types. And he's divided them into, he's looked at linked pass-by, but those are both secondary, aren't they? So what we're seeing here are, we've got the Summerfield study in 1996, which identifies secondary trips percentage of 46, the Benison of 40. We've got Harrison et al. In 2012 looking at linked and pass-by, a percentage between 57 and 67%. And then the remaining look at either linked or pass-by. They're not looking necessarily at secondary trips as a whole. Do you accept that? Yes. And we get percentages between, we've got the lowest figure is identified in the McIver study, 1999, 15 to 35%. Of course, doesn't look at linked trips. And then we've got the highest figure, simply looking at pass-by Ghazani et al. In 2012, 72%, with the others in between. What we don't have anywhere there is any study, any research source, which identifies a 30% figure in total for all secondary trips, do we?
We don't. However, the TRICS report 14.1 suggests that the old research report shouldn't be relied on, and you need to go back to first principles. Yes. So basically, this is all old research, and the TRICS report is very clear to say you need to actually undertake surveys at existing stores to identify the actual proportion of pass-by and diverted trips, and it clearly sets out a methodology for that in section 11, and then there is an actual specification section 11, and then there's the appendices. There's two appendices, which clearly sets out a flowchart for methodology, and it sets out a specification for undertaking those surveys, and that includes having enumerators at the doors of the stores to identify, to do questionnaire surveys to identify where those trips have come from. This hasn't been undertaken for this, for Mr. Budd's evidence, and therefore there's no basis for justifying that it should be a lower trip rate than was proposed in the TA, because the TA is actually quite clear that I mean how Mr. Budd has calculated his percentage of new trips and passed by and diverted, and it's in paragraphs 612 to 616, and he quotes all this. Sorry, this is in the TA, which is 2.5, and it's paragraphs 612 to 616, and he goes through all the research, and then he concludes that 70% is the appropriate figure to use. So it's in the light of the research and given the scale of the study area, the following trips assumptions have been made. So these are his figures. New primary trips assume 70%, passed by diverted, so passed by and diverted 30%. And those are the figures that have actually been transferred to the Stantec VISIM report, because the appellant, Mr. Budd, provided Stantec with those figures, his actual traffic generation figures and percentage of passed by and diverted to Stantec, and for their VISIM report for the mediation, and the Stantec report was very clear that if those levels of growth were actually realised, then there would be a significant problem, particularly with the four-stage signal junction, which is the one that we require. Stantec didn't actually assess the trip generation and the trip distribution because they assumed that it had been agreed with us, which it had at the time. So they didn't do a review of that. They just used the figures that had been provided by Mr. Budd in his transport assessment to then be incorporated in the VISIM model.
So just to get your evidence to this inspector is that the 70-30 split used in the mediation was not at the behest of ECC. That's not something that's been adopted as a basic requirement for assessing retail schemes in Essex, and wasn't put forward on that basis to the mediator. That's what you're saying. It all comes from the appellant. Is that right?
It comes from the appellant, because these were the flows that were used in the TA, and all the assessment done was for the planning application was based on the appellant's figures. We had asked for the impact of the network, the wider network, to be looked at by the appellant, and it was only because of the mediation that it was agreed that the wider network should be looked at. And it was only at that time that the appellant said, can we use lower new traffic flows, lower figures for new traffic to the network? And it was at that time, and first of all they suggested 30% with absolutely no evidence whatsoever. They just suggested that as a figure. We said no, because there's no justification for that. And then they suggested 50%. And again, there was no justification for that figure either. So as this has been agreed with us and was in the TA and was the appellant's own figures, and also we were very concerned that the distribution of the traffic generation at the site access was not representative of what would actually happen, because there's a lot of the population of Brentwood and District to the south of the store, and the distribution in the TA is about 54% to the south and 40, whatever it is, to the north. Sorry. I'm asking simple questions. But so basically, what I'm trying to say is that it was only at that late stage that the appellant did ask for a reduced proportion of new trips to the network.
So just to pursue this point a bit further, can we turn, please, in Mr. Budd's appendices to the mediator's report, the mediation report, which is Appendix JRB 6, page 80 of his appendices. And it's paragraph 5.1.1 I want to direct the inquiry's attention to. So, in the, it's appendix, yeah, appendix 6. It's page 9 of the document itself. I haven't got it online, so. See if I can find it. Paragraph 5.1.1. And this is in the conclusions, and the mediator summarises his thoughts. And he says at 5.1.1, we have had to assume that ECC's requirement for a worst case analysis where 70% of vehicle trips to the proposed little store are new trips to the network is a standard, and they apply this to all such retail developments. That's what the mediator's saying. The 70% figure has come because ECC adopts a standard approach of requiring retailers to use 70%. And anybody who doesn't gets rebuffed on the basis that their assessment isn't robust. That's right, isn't it?
It's correct. That's what it says in the mediation report. That's not actually correct, because we don't require standard of 70% vehicles, because it depends on where the store is. Depends certainly on circumstances, and the reason that I think I was trying to explain to the inspector earlier was 70%, because that was the appellant's own figures in the TA. The rest of the analysis had been carried out on 70%, and we were concerned about the distribution of trips being not enough to the south. So 70% is a robust assessment for the wider road network. We don't have a standard at all, and it's for the appellant to propose their rates within their TA for then us to assess whether we think it's reasonable or not. We don't actually specify you have to use this.
Yes, I see.
I think the inspector can only look at the evidence that's there, and we've only got two tests, haven't we? We've got one with 70% new traffic to the network, and we've got one with 30%. Essex County Council's position is that there's no justification for the use of the 30%. Absolutely no justification at all. If we're starting again with a blank TA, and the figures were in question, wherever it was, the figures were in question, we would suggest that the appellant, or sorry, the applicant at the time, would look for stores similar location, similar nature, similar size, and do the surveys to actually identify the proportions of pass-by and diverted trips and secondary trips, and as with the methodology set out in that note, the tricks note. The appellant did include some surveys in their TA of Colne and near Chorley, but those didn't follow that methodology at all, and they only, as I think I said yesterday, they only included counts of through traffic on the main road and traffic turning into the store. There was no positive identification of the amount of pass-by or diverted, so you can't actually get any conclusions from those, because how do you measure? It's just an assumption what's pass-by and diverted, rather than an actual measure and actual evidence of what those stores actually generate in terms of pass-by and diverted. So that's what we would do, and then through the TA we would agree that the figures to be used. No.
So are you suggesting that 70% might be too high?
No.
So you're saying that for assessment purposes, the inspector should adopt a 70% figure?
Yes, because there's only two assessments in front of us. There's a 70% and the 30%, and therefore the only tests that we have got are either the 70 or the 30. So of the two, 70 is robust for the reasons I've set out, and 30% is not robust.
Let's just look at the 70% then. The 70% figure, as we saw, isn't supported by any of the studies that Mr. Budd referred to in his proof that I took you to a few moments ago.
There's one study, which is the traditional study, which is the McCaver one of 1999, that it is supported by. That was the one where it was 15 to 35% of trips.
Yes, but we saw that that didn't look at all secondary trips, did it? It didn't look at, only looked at the pass-by, didn't look at the links. Remember?
But that was the conclusions of the study, yes, and also I think it's quite clear from the TRICS report that convenience stores have very little diverted traffic. Do you need the reference?
I'm asking you about the studies at the moment that were referred to in Mr. Budd's proof. If we could stick to that and answer that, then I'll take you on to the next question.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'm not going to cut you off from saying things that are relevant to the question, but at all. But if we can stay focused, I'd be very grateful. Now, in terms of other studies that Mr. Budd doesn't refer to that would support a 70% new trip basis for this site, you don't produce any, do you? You don't produce any studies, point us to any studies.
I don't point you to any studies, but as I said, the way you do it is you do actual surveys so that you can assess what the likely pass-by and diverted trips are going to be, right, which we haven't got for this.
Yes.
No, we haven't, but we have to do our response based on the information that is provided by the appellant, and we would expect them to do that for us to then verify or not. Sorry, in terms of what kind of analysis?
You've not sought the methodology in 14 and 1 to produce your own indication of the proportion of new trips to adopt in relation to the store.
No, as I said before, it's not for the county council to go out and do traffic surveys of stores, because we would then, you know, for every single retail development, we'd have to go out and do our own surveys, which is just it's not our remit to go and do our own surveys. It's down to the applicants to do those surveys, for us to then review them and see whether they're appropriate, because every store is different. So, you know, we haven't got the resources. It's not our function as a statutory consultee to go and do analysis of trip generation and pass-by and diverted trips for the stores. I accept that stores on commuter routes will generally and they should be diverted, not linked, will generally have higher proportions than stores not. But there is a distinction, because, as I was saying earlier, the convenience stores have a higher proportion of pass-by. They would have very little diverted traffic because of the range of facilities. The higher...
Sorry, I'm sorry there, Nick. We certainly have this word convenience store definition. What exactly do we mean by convenience store?
A convenience store, I think the definition is again in the TRICS report, and I think it's below 4,000 square metres.
Is that legal?
Yes.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Yes. And the other is the comparison store, which is a traditional supermarket. So it does say that convenience stores have a higher percentage of pass-by, but higher than what. It doesn't say what it actually is, and I think that's the key here, is a higher percentage of pass-by, but it would have a very low percentage of diverted trips because of the range of facilities.
If we look at Mr. Blunt's rebuttal, page 13, it produces a graph from the TRICS report 14.1.
Sorry, could you repeat the reference, please?
Yeah, page 13 is the Blunt's rebuttal, paragraph 231. It produces the graph from 14.1, which shows that the closer to the town centre a store, the higher the pass-by percentage.
That's right, yes, yes.
So that
Yes.
and right, isn't it, that this store lies within the defined town centre in the local plan?
It's the edge of the town centre. It's not actually in the defined centre, but it's right on the edge of it, so very close to the town centre. Higher than something, yes.
It'll be higher than a comparison store, obviously. In terms of what the mediator concluded about the 70% assumption, let's just have a look at that, shall we? I think we need to go back to page 80. I probably should have dealt with this when we were on it before, but if you go back to page 80 of Mr. Budd's appendices, that paragraph 5.5.1, the mediator concluded, having stated that Essex applies a 70% new trips assumption to all retail development. However, given our study of the existing shopper offer in the area and knowledge of the place and its surrounding hinterland, we feel that the more realistic scenario is that a significant proportion of existing network users will add little to their shopping choice, and therefore 70% is too high. This opinion should be considered in the following conclusions. So the mediator rejects the use of 70%, doesn't he?
He suggests that it is too high. He doesn't suggest an alternative figure. And also he hasn't assessed the trip generation, the trip distribution, similar to Stantec, because that those figures were just given to the report. And as I said previously, we think that there'll be a high proportion of trips from the south because of the general population. It seems unrealistic that you only get 54% of traffic from the south, when the vast majority of the population of Brentwood and district is to the south rather than to the north. So that taken into consideration, he hasn't taken that into consideration in terms of the distribution of trips on the network.
Now, Mr. Sorry, I've got lost myself here. Hang on, I've got the wrong reference. Yeah, sorry, 634. Remember I said I couldn't read my own writing. That's exactly what just happened. What is a 4 look like a 9? So 634, page 33 of the proof. And you're commenting here on the reference to post-opening surveys in the Highways Statement of Case and the reference to the Colne store in Appendix 19 of the TA, which is on the A6068, the connection between the M65 to the west and Skipton and Keighley to the west. And you say that the report claims that the fact that flows on the A6068 have not increased in peak hours, and the fact that the survey shows that the majority of store traffic turns left into the site and left out indicates there's a high percentage of pass-by traffic. But you say it's not conclusive because the 6068 is a heavily trafficked route, similar to Wilson's Corner, and the throughput of traffic will be constrained by the ability of the road to process demand. Just so that I understand the point, the issue and the basis on which the Colne store is relied upon is to show that a store in a constrained environment can open without significant change to the levels of traffic on the roads around it. And you, as I read this, agree that Wilson's Corner is similarly heavily trafficked to the constraints at the Colne store. Is that right?
It's similar but not the same in the fact that the whatever it is, road, A6068, is a direct link from the motorway. So it's not, it's a busy road, but it's not exactly the same as Brentwood, which is why really you know, you've got to look at stores in a very similar location, and you've got to do the surveys of stores in a similar location to get the pass-by and diverted. And just because the flows haven't increased going past the site doesn't give you an idea of the pass-by and diverted traffic. And there's not the level of detail in there to assess the pass-by and diverted fully from the Colne store or the Chorley store, which is the other one in the TA.
Okay. Yes. There is the same distance, isn't it, from that site, or similar distance to the Colne store site as the M25 is to the appeal site?
The circumstances are not the same because the
Sorry, can you answer my question? The distance.
the distance, but it's not the distance is possibly similar. I don't know because I haven't measured it, but it's not the same route because the Ongar Road is not on the direct route. Ongar Road is off the direct route. The Colne store is on the direct route for the M25. It's a continuation, and Ongar Road is like a radial route off the A1023. So might be similar distance, but not similar circumstances, I don't think.
And if we can, for this I'm going to use the Stantec modelling report. And I've got it in, I'm using it in Mr. Budd's appendices. I will do in a second, hopefully. Let me just find where it is. Where's it gone? Oh yes, there it is. It's E3.9, so it's in the E document, and the tables that I want to take us to, and this is going to be, you're going to like this, sir, I'm sure. Start on page, it's 106 and 107, I think, is where I'm trying to take us to, which is 395 of the PDF itself. That's right, yes. And the concern that we're talking about relates to offside collisions, if you remember. So we're looking at vehicles turning out of North Road south into Ongar and out of the Little Access north into Ongar. I just wanted to look at the numbers if we can. This is on the assumptions in the Stantec model, and if we look at table 4, we can see that the North Road into Ongar south figure is 50. So North Road, Ongar South. So I'm looking at the 7:30 to 8:30 first of all.
North Road, Ongar Road South.
So I'm looking at the signal scheme. And then we can see little access to Ongar North 8. And then if we do the same exercise for 8:30 to 9:30, we've got North Road to Ongar South, signal scheme 48, little access to the north 17. And we can do the same for the PM. We've got for 16:30 to 17:30, North Road to Ongar South 43, little access to Ongar North 25, and then for 17:30 to 18:30, we've got North Road to Ongar South 41, and the little access to North 24. So we can see from that, can't we, that the movements that we're talking about in the peak hours that Mr. Henderson was concerned about are very small, aren't they?
The numbers of movements coming out of Ongar Road are small. However, if you look at the VISIM modelling, that shows that the queues on North Road are increased, and the diagrams show that. And we've looked at the VISIM modelling in more detail, obviously from our assessment of it, and that shows that the maximum queue on North Road is 10 vehicles, and that will be in one cycle. Which means that people might, that people might get frustrated with having to turn right opposite and try and turn in some two small gaps, which was Mr. Henderson's point yesterday. But it doesn't really matter about the number of vehicles, that it's the potential for conflict and the alignment of the junction which causes the issue.
Okay, so just to get straight,
We have considered the safety audit, and as I said yesterday, we have to take safety audits very seriously in terms of the potential for collisions that have been identified by our experts, and that's why we have the road safety undertaken. Mr. Henson did look at the number of trips, and his conclusion was that even if it's a small number of trips, that the potential for collisions is high there, and so we have to take that on board in our decisions when we're recommending to the local planning authority whether we think that's a significant risk, and we do think it's a significant risk.
you raised some concerns about routing to the north and the south on Ongar Road. I just want to explore what routing Stantec adopted with you on that, and we need to look at the same tables, and just so that I can get this straight, we need to look at routings to and from the site for Ongar Road south compared to Ongar Road north. And so I think if we look at page 106, which is 395 of the PDF, and we look at Ongar Road north turning into the Little Access, we can see Ongar Road north, Little Access. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so the second row I'm looking at, Ongar Road north into the Little Access, we've got 11 on the signal scheme, and from the south, Ongar south to Little Access, we've got 22. And then if we do the same for the next hourly period, we've got, I'm on table 4, okay? Next hour, 8:30 to 9:30. Yeah. So we've looked at that one, 11 versus 22. On this one, we've got Ongar North 23 in, and we've got from the south in 45. It's about double again. And if we look at the PM situation, we can do the same exercise. I'm going north into the access, 28 from the south. We've got 73, I think it is. And you can do the same exercise. I mean, that's just turning into the access. You can do the same exercise from Little Access out. But in all cases, you'll see, won't you, that the routing is essentially double the amount of traffic to the south than to the north, to and from the north.
It appears so from this table, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And just so we're clear, the Stansted routing was something that you were provided with during the mediation and didn't query or suggest was wrong during the mediation. Is that right?
We were happy that the Stantec mediation was a robust assessment. There were various things that were not, that were a bit in question, but overall we were happy that it was a robust assessment. I think one thing that we were not happy with was the mediator's suggestion that traffic routing from Ongar Road to Shenfield Road would use Sawyer Lane, and we think that that's totally unrealistic. That 50% of traffic will 50% of traffic going between Ongar Road and Shenfield Road would use Sawyer Lane, and that's in the base model. We think it's even more unrealistic that 60% of traffic going between Ongar Road and Shenfield Road would use that route. So overall, on balance, we thought that with the figures as they were with proposed the 70% new trips on the network, that it was a robust assessment, and we still stick by that because it's modelling after all, and we have to assess what we think is a robust assessment for the network. So we think that's as robust an assessment is appropriate, for considering the impact on Wilson's Corner.
Just so that you've got it straight. In terms of this point about distribution north and south, are you saying that I'm separating this from the routing point about trips on particular routes via Ongar Road to Shenfield Road and via Sawyers Hall Lane? That's a different matter. But in terms of the distribution north and south, you're not suggesting, are you, that the routing into and out of the site, north to south, is is inappropriate, are you?
It appears from these tables that that has been taken into consideration. What hasn't been taken into consideration is the revised routing in the Linsig models, which is a separate point.
I think what you're is your point on page 25 of your proof, of paragraph 6.8. Is this the point about the 50% of trips and 60-40 split? Yeah, 6.8 on page 25. You raise a query about the decision in the mediation to route traffic from Ongar Road to Shenfield Road, 60% via Shenfield Road and 40% via Wilson's Corner, at the request of the mediator. Whereas the local plan busy model assigned 50%, split 50-50 along those routes, didn't it?
That's right. There is some question about that though, because in the model build report, there's a paragraph that says that all the traffic between those routes is assumed to go via Wilson's Corner. So it's really not clear what the model has done, and unfortunately the person who looked at the review of the local plan modelling has retired from Essex Highway, so we can't ask him what it was, but there's some question about it. But even with the even with the 50%, that was an assumption, and we think it's really unlikely to be realised, the 50% diversion, because there's a lot of on-street car parking. There's 6 schools down Sawyers Hall Lane, which is the diversion route. Essex County Council has got a safer streets, school streets scheme to implement because it's a well-known congestion area. Stage 1 has been completed, which is increases in width of footways and renewal of the zebra crossing, 20-mile-an-hour roundels, that kind of thing. And stage 2 will be additional measures to deter through traffic from Sawyers Hall Lane because of the impact of all the school traffic. That's subject to funding. We haven't got the funding at the moment, but that will hopefully be in the next bid of the Active Travel Fund bid to then implement the further measures down Sawyers Hall Lane. So we think that is an unrealistic split. And looking at the VISIM model, there's a difference in flows between the TA flows on Ongar Road and on Ongar Road in the VISIM model of 300 vehicles. The vehicles difference, and we presume that must be because of the distribution of traffic that's been assigned to Sawyers Hall Lane. It's different flows on Ongar Road between the flows in the TA, the appellant's traffic flows, and the flows in the Stantec model. That's southbound towards Wilson's Corner.
Sorry, I just need to clarify that. There's a difference of 300 between the TA flows and the Stantec flows. Now let's just unpack that. The 60-40 split utilised by the mediator and required by the mediator has been applied by Mr. Budd, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And so there's no difference in terms of the assumptions made about the routing of trips from Ongar Road to Shenfield Road in the most recent modelling undertaken by Mr. Budd.
That's correct, yes, they use the Stantec base.
So your concern is that you don't accept the 60-40 split that the mediator said should be adopted, right?
We have concerns that that's not realistic, yes.
And when did you raise those concerns with the mediator?
As I explained earlier, we didn't raise it with the mediator because of the various factors that we thought balanced out each other. So overall give a robust case.
What is the split that you think should be adopted for that route?
I think the split should be as existing, which is the vast majority of traffic stays on Ongar Road and then turns left at Shenfield Road. There's no evidence of a larger split of traffic turning left at doing that, in effect, rat run, rather than going up to Wilson's Corner. It's not something that you would naturally consider doing, really, because of the congestion on Sawsall Lane.
And where is the survey evidence that you rely upon to support your assertion that you just made?
We haven't got any evidence. However, equally, the mediator hadn't got any evidence when he suggested 60-40. That was totally out of the blue.
I see. And how many trips are we talking about in terms of the difference between the 60-40 assumption and the one that you're suggesting in the peak hours? How many vehicles?
I haven't done that calculation.
Actually even know whether the number of vehicles involved means the point actually matters at all, do we?
I think, as I explained earlier, it was because there were various things that were not necessarily agreed with us, but overall we took the view that because the difference in trips and the difference in assignment would balance out each other, that overall we felt that the 70% Stantec modelling was a robust case. And there's no evidence for the appellant's reduction to 30% of new trips on the network. So that's our position.
Now, I want to ask you a little bit about the approach to the modelling output in terms of judging whether or not the impact on the network is going to be severe. And that's the next topic. For this, I just wanted to draw the inquiry's attention to page 30 of your proof, paragraph 6.25. And at 6.25, you're talking about the potential use of VA to improve the operation of signals. You say, well, but Stantec concludes that the inclusion of VA would not return the network to a nil detriment situation. You see that? When you've judged the acceptability of the appeal scheme in terms of its impact on the network, have you applied a sort of nil detriment test? Is that the basis on which you judge these things?
No, it's not a nil detriment. I was just quoting from the Stantec report, and that's how it was presented in the Stantec report.
Because it's right, isn't it, that this test in paragraph 111 of the MPPF of whether the residual cumulative impacts are severe isn't a nil detriment test. It allows some detriment to occur to a network, doesn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
And so we need to bear in mind when we're looking at the output of the modelling that there's a judgment to be made, looking at the assumptions adopted in the modelling, its uncertainties and the like, as to whether or not actually the effect of a scheme is going to be severe upon a network. Do you accept that?
Yes, it does rely on a judgment.
Thank you. I'm going to look at some more numbers again, I'm afraid. Back to my favourite tables in the Stantec report. I'm going to take us all to page 103, I think, this time. And I want to look at traffic volume throughput through the Wilson's Corner junction first. In the Stantec report, in Mr. Budd's appendices, it's page 103 of his appendices. It's internal page 10 of the Stantec report. And when we're looking at these numbers, we have to bear in mind that what we're dealing with in this situation assumes 70% new trips to the network. It's dealing with a store which is larger than the store proposed, and it assumes all the residential traffic comes out of the site access, and that there are 80 houses when in fact what's proposed is 46. Those are all assumptions included in this modelling, isn't that right?
I double-checked the TA, and the residential traffic does not appear to be coming out of the site access.
I put that point to you yesterday, you remember. That query aside, the assumptions that I put to you are correct, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what we've got in table 2 is the traffic volume throughput at Wilson's Corner Junction in vehicles, and we've got it for 2 hours. We can look at 0730 to 0830, and we've got a reference case figure of 2409. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And with the signal scheme, that's to say the appellant's 3-stage signal scheme, that number goes up to 2436. Yes? So we can see that with the signals, Wilson's Corner is still able to deliver a throughput greater than the reference case. And we can see that the same is true for the second AM hour, 2489, compared to 2524. Yes? And if we look at the PM table for Wilson's Corner, table 3, we've got 396 in the first hour for the reference case compared to 2410 in the signal scheme. And then the second hour, 2488 versus 2510. Yes. So the inspector can conclude from that the signal scheme does not result in a reduction in the throughput of vehicles at Wilson's Corner. Sorry.
Not the junction in entirety, but for the signal scheme, there is one approach where it does reduce the throughput, which is Ongar Road to Shenfield Road, and with the sensitivity, there are 3 approaches where it does. But in terms of the whole junction, it doesn't reduce it more than 15%. It might not accommodate all the traffic, but it's not more than 15%.
And so, nine vehicles are unreleased in 0730 to 0830. A quarter of a vehicle in 0830 to 930. And then in the PM, we've got 11.9 and 0.25. Those of vehicles unreleased are not significant, are they, in the context of the vehicles in the network as a whole?
In the single sensitivity case, the latent demand is 74.35 vehicles, though, so that is significant.
Sorry, did I put that case to you?
No.
Pull that up, the signal scheme.
The signal scheme, the overall, as in Table 1, is not. In terms of those, but there are effects on the delays and average speeds with the signal scheme.
And just so that I can understand where you've got that from, if we turn to page 105 of Mr. Of the Stantec of Mr. Budd's appendices, the Stantec report, page 12. And we look in the 1730 to 1830 part of the table, Ongar Road to Shenfield Road. We've got 269 in the reference case, and then the 194 in the signal scheme case, yes? The existing access itself, the number reduces to 187. Yes? And the other 2 scenarios to 184 and 193. So of all the scenarios examined, in fact, the signal scheme is the best in terms of reducing the least reduction in PM traffic flow looked at by Stansted. Is that right?
In terms of absolute numbers, yes, it is, but it's still over 15% increase.
So I'm on page 107 of Mr. Budd's appendices, page 14 of Stantec, 1384 and 1407, and we can see the same picture. I think we've got a slight reduction, in fact, in 1630 to 1730, reference to signal, but an increase in reference case to signal in the PM peak 1730 to 1830. And the sorts of numbers we're talking about, the variations between the cases, are very small, aren't they? So there's in essence no material change in terms of the vehicle flows through the site access, even with the signals in the signal case. Would you accept that?
The flows throughout the whole junction are fairly similar.
Sorry, everybody. I'm concentrating so hard on what I'm saying next, I'm forgetting about the microphone. Blocking back is the next area I want to move on to. You addressed that, I think, in your 621, and you say that the modelling clearly shows that with the signal junction there are times when traffic blocks back from Wilson's Corner along Ungar Road to or beyond the southbound stop line, and also instances when in the signal scheme traffic blocks back from the proposed signals to Wilson's Corner, and that in turn impedes northbound traffic from High Street and Ingrave Road, and you refer to various images. Just want to make sure we actually read what Stantec say. If we go to page 112 of Mr. Of the appendix that we're looking at. Yes, it is 112 Mr. Budd's appendices. It's all right, I've got it here. My screen just switched off. Yeah, we get to VISIM observations at section 3.5. You'll do very well there. I'm not going to follow your lead. So 3.5.1, Stantec explained that the results demonstrate that the delay to travel times involving Ongar Road have generally increased by more than 90 seconds when the traffic signal junction is introduced. From observing the model behaviour, there are times when southbound traffic to Wilson's Corner blocks back to the stop line and impedes the southbound movement, creating underutilised green time The behaviour then allows the minor arm, Little Access and North Road, the opportunity to be released during their green time and exit onto Ongar Road as the blocking back traffic disperses, as seen in figure 5. And it goes on to refer to the High Street point, and at 3.5.3, observing the model's behaviour, it appears that traffic occasionally queues back from the signals to interrupt the flow from William Hunter Way and also Wilson's Corner. This is coupled with the signal operation providing platoons of traffic that travel southbound and arrive at the Ongar Road give-way arm of Wilson's Corner. So we're seeing that there are times when, and traffic occasionally queuing back from, is the way it's put by Stantec. It's not saying it is something that happens all the time, and they don't indicate, do they, how long the issue arises for.
They don't specify the frequency of that occurring. That's right. Yeah. But it is obviously an identified problem.
See why. If we turn to page 115, internal 22 of the Stantec report, at 3.5.10, Stantec explained that the signal operation used within the VISIM model is a fixed time operation in all cases, with the pedestrian stage called in every cycle. This represents a worst case scenario operation of the junction, with phases being called regardless of pedestrian vehicle demand and incurring additional intergreen time throughout the operation of the junction. The operation of the junction of the network could therefore likely be improved with VA that reacts to vehicle and pedestrian demand. The blocking back issue it is an issue that arises on the assumptions adopted, some of which I've put to you already, but also which included a fixed time operation of the signals and with the pedestrian stage called in every cycle. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, but we think that the pedestrian stage called in every cycle is realistic, and in fact in the JCT summary of the JCT response in TN03, it does say that JCT agree that that pedestrians called JCT as the person that did the review of the LINSIG for the appellant. It said it's likely that could happen because it looks like it's a busy area. So it's not really unrealistic that pedestrians are going to be called every cycle, particularly as all the pedestrian phases run in one stage. So it only needs a demand from one of those phases to then trigger the whole of that pedestrian stage, because there's 4 crossings. So you'd only need one pedestrian at one of those crossings to press the button to call a demand to then trigger that pedestrian phase. So given that it is edge of centre and there's 6 schools and there's the New North House, which has got lots of social housing with mothers with children, and the increased footfall from the proposed store, it's not unrealistic to assume at peak times that it is going to be called every stage.
If we assume the fixed operation of the signals, how many consecutive times during the peak hour does the pedestrian stage have to be called for blocking back to occur?
Can you repeat that question?
If we assume the fixed operation of the signals, how many times does the pedestrian stage have to be called consecutively for blocking back described in the Stantec report to occur?
I don't know that, basically, because it depends. the number of times it's called depends on the cycle time, which is assumed to be 90, but I'm not sure I really understand the question at all.
With VA in place, what evidence is there that any blocking back will occur, even with the pedestrian stage called in every cycle?
The report, I don't know that because I don't know the actual details of it, but in the report it identifies that as an issue causing blocking back, and the
identifies what as an issue?
the identifies the blocking back between Wilson's Corner and the signal junction.
Yes.
As being an issue.
Yes, when there's a fixed operation in all cases with the pedestrian stage called every cycle. So my question was, once you've got VA operating, what's the evidence that blocking back will occur?
Oh, sorry, that's a much easier way to understand that. Once you've got VA, they haven't actually tested the VA because the VISIM model just tests the scenario that has been put forward by the appellant, which is the fixed time use of the signals. We did discuss the application of mover yesterday in some detail and whether that would have an impact or not. And I did explain that it doesn't increase the capacity of the junction. And in Mr. Budd's evidence, he suggested that as part of the VA, that the pedestrian crossing by Wilson's Corner and the signals could be linked. We have discussed that with our traffic signal engineers, and they have said that it would be undesirable and I can't remember the word. My brain has gone. Undesirable and not unrealistic, anyway, whatever it is, unreliable, and yes, undesirable and unreliable. That was the word, and that's because there are there's the William Hunter Way mini roundabout, and there's the zebra crossing between the two. So those would hold up the traffic between them. So there's absolutely no point in linking the signals under mover, because it would have no effect. So their view is that shouldn't happen, and so therefore you can't have a green wave, and it probably cause more problems than it would solve by doing that. And the other thing to remember is that the Stantec model has modelled it with a yellow box junction, so that's assuming that the junction will be kept clear. The traffic signal junction at the site access will be kept clear of through traffic blocking right through it. So it doesn't actually model the situation as it would be on the ground without a yellow box, just with the traffic signals how it is, which is another reason why we think that the modelling of the Stantec is probably as robust a case as we should be considering, because there's various things that haven't been considered and various things that have been considered, and therefore we think that the 70% situation with new traffic on the road network as modelled by Stantec is the appropriate situation to test.
So just to clarify, the position is that there is no evidence before this inquiry that with VA in place on the signalised junction, the blocking back issues identified by Stantec would occur either at all or to the same degree. That's right, isn't it?
The VISIM model hasn't actually looked at that, and I don't know whether it's capable of actually looking at that. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, I don't know. We haven't got that in front of us. As I explained yesterday, the VA only optimises the capacity within the physical constraints of the junction. So the physical constraints of road widths and turning radii and saturation flows. And if a road, it allows for an extension of time within the minimum and maximum greens. So if there's a call for traffic throughout the whole of the minimum and maximum greens, say in congested peak hours, there's like a constant flow of traffic along there. So it doesn't then time out in effect to allow the other traffic to turn, because there's a constant demand. So it doesn't stop the green early. It'll allow it to run to its maximum green, because within it can extend and extend and extend up to its maximum green. But if that approach is congested and it's got a constant flow, it would still provide it to its maximum green. And it wouldn't stop the platooning either, because the platooning, which is the cause of queues on the southbound approach, which then has a knock on the queues on the northbound approach, is caused by the stopping of the traffic at the signals. So they're all released in one platoon. And that's what causes the issues.
In terms of what we can see what Stantec have to say about what VA achieves at 3.5.11 and 3.5.12. First of all, it identifies that VA would be able to identify demand for traffic and allocate appropriate green time to the arms that need priority as it arises. And so, if, for example, the rather low traffic flows that we saw for North Road and for the site access in the AM peak were disproportionate compared to Ongar Road, then appropriate green time can be allocated to Ongar Road, can't it?
Only up to its maximum green, and if it's running at its maximum green anyway, because in congested periods it's likely to be, because there's a constant flow of traffic. So to a degree, it doesn't solve everything. It does optimise the capacity of the junction, but it doesn't solve everything and won't necessarily solve all the issues just by putting VA, in this case mover, within the signals.
In terms of the operation of VA, they say that it would also be of significant benefit with regard to the pedestrian operation, which is currently called every cycle, and provides a significant amount of delay in junction operation. So where there is no pedestrian call on the signal, that's a significant benefit too.
Yes, I agree that if there's no pedestrian call, similar to the traffic, if there's no traffic call, then it would not call that stage, or it could stop it shorter. So it would be. But however, we think that it's not unrealistic to assume for the purpose of the modelling that the pedestrian cycle is called. Sorry, the pedestrian stage is called every cycle, because it's such a busy part of the town centre, edge of town centre.
Just on at 3.5.7, so the previous page, Stantec identify that the Linsig model suggests a queue extending to 22 PCUs, and the VISM identifies 23 vehicles. Yeah? You see that?
Thank you. Yes, it does here, but it does go on to say observe a queue of around 23 vehicles under red light conditions, but when the queue is discharging, will it extend to Wilson's Corner? So it is a queue. And also the figures in the Linsigs are mean max queues, which means it's an average of the maximum queues over that period, and so that queues can either be longer or can be shorter. and the mover advice is that, you know, the queue lengths can be double the mean max queues. So it's quite clear from that the queues do extend from around 23 back to Wilson's Corner. Sorry, from the BISIM report. It's clear.
Just so that I've got it straight, the distance between William Hunter Way roundabout and the site access is, what about, it's 160 metres, would you accept that?
Yes, it is about 160 metres.
If we do a bit of maths, 5.75 metres per PCU means you can get 28 PCUs in the distance between the junction and William Hunter Way.
Yes, you have to deduct one or two vehicles because of the zebra crossing, so you shouldn't queue over the zebra crossing carpet, but it is of that order.
Thank you. Dear, oh dear. I'm going to go to sleep with people saying, microphone please, this morning tonight. I can see. Yes. Mr. Budd, in his proof on page 60, reviews the overall performance of vehicles entering the modelled area over the 2-hour weekday PM period, doesn't he? Yeah, page 60 of his proof. And he sets out in table 7.1 the Stantec results for the reference case signal scheme, and then the SCP modelling that he undertook, and he concludes at 7.12 he identifies the Stantec scenario signal scheme giving rise to an increase in delay per vehicle of about 42 to 54 seconds and reduced average speeds by between 3 kilometres and 4 kilometres per hour. And then he says this: given the robust way in which the proposals were modelled and the fact that they represent the introduction of a new set of signals within a relatively constrained area, I don't consider these results to be particularly onerous. And he says the reference case delay per vehicle is not the total delay, it's merely the average day delay, and it could be a fraction of an overall journey within the wider strategic model. In terms of the signal scheme scenario for Stantec and the delay that it introduces and the impact on average vehicle speeds, do you say that that is an exemplar of a severe cumulative impact?
It does have an impact. Yes. I haven't assessed whether it's a severe cumulative impact of the signals because our requirement is for a 4-stage traffic signal junction because of the safety reasons. We looked at the difference yesterday between the 3-stage and the single sensitivity, and I think it's very clear from the Stantec report that they consider that, because they actually say the signals operate under severe delay to such a degree that the number of vehicles are unable to enter the network due to congestion. The sensitivity single scenario should not be considered as a suitable solution for operation of the network. And also the mediation report concludes it's clear that the submitted signalised junction in its current form causes blockages and delays, in particular to Ongar Road, that may prove unacceptable if the traffic growth assumptions that we've discussed occur. So I think that's fairly conclusive that for the signal scheme that we require for safety reasons, that is a significant delay, and that's the one that we require, and that's what we think is severe.
Let's assume, just for the moment, that the inspector disagrees with you and considers that the signal scheme in the static, the one with 3 stages, is acceptable in safety terms. Let's assume that the inspector disagrees with you about the requirement for a 4-stage signal. Now, if we then consider the impact of the signal scheme as identified by Stantec on its assumptions, is it your evidence to this inquiry that the impact identified there in terms of delay per vehicle and average speed constitutes a severe residual cumulative impact? Yes or no?
I think it has a considerable impact, and I think there are certain things that we need to bear in mind. Certain things that we need to bear in mind, like the VISM model doesn't include any local plan traffic, so we don't know the impact with the local plan traffic, because the traffic, when it's in a congested condition, it just adds to the back of the queue. So it's not as simple as saying the impact is similar with the not local plan traffic and local plan traffic, because if it's static and you've got a long queue anyway, it just adds exponentially to queues and delays at the back of the queue. So our view is that there is a significant impact just by the introduction of the signals, and I think the mediation report recommends that as well, that it's the introduction of the signals that causes the problems. And the fact is that there is an alternative access, the existing access, which has got far less impact than introduction of signals, which could be utilised for this site. And therefore that is our position, that that there is a lot of impact just by the introduction of signals themselves. It might not be on the network as a whole, but it is on certain approaches to the junction, and they're certain critical approaches to the junctions in terms of Wilson's Corner, and therefore, yeah, overall, yes, I do think there would be, in comparison, if you add on together the impact on these particular approaches and the impact in terms of safety of the introduction of the signals, I think cumulatively together, the cumulative residual impact would be severe.
Right, okay. So just to get that clear, you're saying that even with the signal scheme as identified by Stantec, you regard the increase in delay of between 42 and 54 seconds, and a reduction of average speed between 3 and 4 meters per hour, as severe. That's your evidence to this inquiry. We can write that down and understand where you're coming from. that's a severe impact on the network. Okay. Is that right?
I think together with the safety issue,
The safety issue is addressed with a different test in paragraph 111, isn't it? It's about whether the consequences of a scheme would give rise to, I think the phrase is inappropriate, or would have inappropriate highway safety consequences. That's a different test from whether the residual cumulative impact on the network would be severe or not, isn't it? They're not related. There's two separate tests.
it's one and the other, isn't it?
Well, you tell me, how have you assessed whether or not the impact of this scheme is severe? Because that's something that's involved looking at the operation of the network. Did it also embrace safety issues when you're determining whether the impact was severe? What did you do?
We did look at both, and the conclusion was based on the fact that, I think I said earlier, was that in terms of safety, Essex County Council requires a 4-stage signal junction, and it could even be 5 stages if the right to turn stage that the designers have identified in the detailed design, because they've allowed for a separate right turn staging, which you can't do it with extended into greens. It has to be a separate right turn stage. So that actually could be 5 stages. It's quite difficult because the 3-stage would potentially be a 4-stage as well, with the signal state. Sorry, okay. So
I'm asking about how you applied the test of whether impacts on whether the residual cumulative impact on the network would be severe, and I was asking you to explain how you had applied that, given the comment you made earlier that you took into account safety considerations. So I'm trying to get to whether or not the safety objections that we can see in your brief formed part of the judgment as to whether the impact on the network would be severe, or whether you dealt with that separately.
we did look at both, and then so we did look at the impact on the congestion and the network operation, and we did look at the safety implications, and both we considered, and I think I say that in my proof, we considered to be severe. But the test that we looked at is the signal operation with the 4-stage, which could be a 5-stage, which is what Essex County Council required, and on that basis we considered the impact to be severe. The impact, I hadn't actually considered whether it would be severe on the overall junction in terms of the capacity for the signal junction, because our decision is made on the fact that Essex County Council requires a 4-stage rather than the 3-stage. So.
Yes. Okay. Understood. Thank you. In terms of the 30% new traffic scenario that Mr. Budd modelled in his table 7.1, page 60, we can see from that, can't we, that I think in the PM peak we've got an additional 24 seconds delay, and the average speeds, I think, reduced by sort of 1.5 kilometres per hour. If the inspector were to decide that that was an appropriate scenario to test the acceptability of the scheme on. Would you say that that sort of level of delay and reduction in speed is a severe impact?
Looking at those, the probably not severe overall in that scenario. However, the scheme, which is a single sensitivity scheme with the 4 stages or potentially 5 stages, could be severe. I think it's important to note that we haven't actually got any signal testing of the 5 stage with the right turn extra stage, so we don't know what the impact of that would have.
I think we need to look, don't we, at journey times. Page 61 of Mr. Budd's proof is table 7.2. He's compared the reference case with the Stantec signal scheme and identified the routes where journey time increases, I think, more than 90 seconds. Of those, 12 of them, I think 5 experience increased delays of more than 90. Is that right?
Yes.
And next to that, we've got the SCP modelling. And if we look at that, I think Mr. Budd explains in paragraph 717 that if 30% is assigned as new, then only in the period 1630 to 1730, only 2 of the routes experience an increased delay of more than 90 seconds, and in 1730 to 1830, no routes experienced an increased delay of 90 seconds or more. So if we look at journey times, in your view, looking at the Stantec signal scheme first, do the results of five of the routes experiencing increased delays of more than 90 seconds result in a conclusion that the impact on the network as a whole is severe, in your view?
I would say there is a significant impact, so yes, it could be considered to be severe.
And in relation to the SCP model, the signal scheme 30% view, you would surely accept that that does not show a severe impact on the network as a whole.
I would agree that it would be difficult to say that that was a severe impact, but for the reasons we discussed before, we don't agree that that's a realistic situation. And we do consider that the 4 stage would be the appropriate one, which has been not included in this table.
Yes. And I've explored the rationale for that with Mr. Henderson, so I'm not going to take up time asking you. So thank you. Those are all the questions I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. How long for re-examination, Mr. Upton? I assure you it's not me asking that, it's my bladder.
I think there's 9 points I would pick up, so maybe that.
I think.
beginning, and it's sort of a general point. You may recall a question about the DMRB and its relevance, and you referred to part of Mr. Budd's rebuttal proof about how it might apply in this situation. And it was his paragraph 2.8 where he picked out some of the quotes from that guidance document. Can I take you to another document which refers to that? I think puts it in context. You'll probably have this electronically. In Appendix E, one of the appendices to Mr. Budd's proof, and it's a practice note, but it's probably worth just picking it out. It's electronically page 353, and it's what is Appendix 1 to a note produced by SCP. Yeah, so the appendix itself is 353, that's electronically. Oh, sorry, within the appendix, page 64. Sorry, yes, the hard copy. So JRB 4, I think, is the appendix. And then it was basically a separate document that's appended to a technical note. The electronic, I'm hoping 353, though it may be 354. Conscious. A practice note, yes. I suppose firstly, just this is not one we particularly picked out, but it refers to the DRMB and it refers to the secretary of this particular group, the East Region Development Management Forum being one, Hilary Gore.
That's
is
correct.
Something you were recently involved in, or?
I was the secretary till about a year ago.
Yeah. And it, as a forum, there seems to be at the bottom of that first page, the Development Management Forum really considers that, and then the sort of bold text. Is this something that the County Council follows?
Yes.
Right. Now, it mentions here, when considering layout and design, the manual for streets will be taken as the starting point. However, the design principles contained in the design manual for roads and bridges should apply where the primary function of a highway is deemed to be movement, and obviously goes on a little bit more. But when you were asked about applying DRMB was essentially over-engineering, you may recall that question. And I think you also responded that there was an element of judgment to be applied. How does that apply in this instance? And I suppose it's partly in the light of, I suppose, a practice note as well.
In this instance, excuse me, sorry. In this instance, DMRB is the appropriate guidance to use because, or appropriate standards to use, because they give the detailed guidance for the technical details here, and because the A128 is a strategic route, and the principle of that route is the function of the route is through, and it's for through traffic. That the principles in DMRB apply in this instance.
The note refers to speeds also being relevant. Does that change the answer on this?
No. Okay. The primary function is movement on this type of road.
Thank you. I think we put that document away. Can I then move to a couple of points of clarification about the traffic flows? Now, within these appendices, there should be JRB 8 and let me just get the right, it's hopefully page 414. And this, you may recall, is the results from 2022, and so it's in the appendix here, E414, and hopefully we'll get to what is JRB 8, the yeah, sorry, it's not a blank page, though it is. And just over the page, the ones hopefully people will now recall is the series of numbers, particularly the charts. And you may recall you were taken to what they might show. It's the second page. I mean, electronically, may just scrolling down where you have Ongar Road two-way traffic flow, 8th of June to 14th of June 2022, and that's one you may recall when you were asked about the way in which it seems to have a peak at about 8:30 and then an immediate dip and then goes back up again. You may recall that? Yeah.
Yes.
Now, part of what you said was that one shouldn't be comparing manual counts with automatic traffic counts. These are automatic traffic counts. Is there a particular reason why it might reflect or have that dip in terms of the numbers recorded?
The dip in the traffic flows is because the way that the network operates at that time. The network is so congested that the throughput of vehicles decreases because the network can't cope with the demand through it. So the actual numbers of vehicles that go through the network past the counterpoints reduce because of the congestion, because it's so congested, and so the actual number of vehicles that actually pass is suppressed.
It isn't quite related to this, and hopefully we can do without having to turn it up. There was some figures from DFT that you've produced regarding where traffic flows have gone to now. And one of the points you made was that one shouldn't be comparing the automatic traffic counts with manual counts. What sort of difference is revealed if you do start trying to compare? I mean, what is the problem with comparing it?
The problem with comparing is that they are collected in totally different ways. Automatic traffic counts, you can have situations where traffic is not counted at all. If there's a static queue over a loop, it doesn't register a vehicle. The manual classified counts are obviously a lot more accurate because you've got, they're normally done these days by video surveys, and then you have enumerators that actually look at the numbers of vehicles. So they're a lot more accurate than the automatic count, and also that you know that they're done totally differently. So they're not necessarily comparable.
Are these small differences you're talking about, or what sort of difference?
They could be significant differences, and there's obviously a variation in counts from day to day, because the manual classified counts are just on snapshot days. The manual classified counts were, I think it was a Thursday and a Saturday. It was definitely a Thursday and a Saturday, just on one day, and then the automatic traffic counts are obviously loops that are put down in the road.
Okay. Thank you. I'm afraid this requires another document. You were taken to the tricks document. We had it in another bundle, G. And it's the last one, G11 is the way we've called it, but it's the Tricks Research Report 14/1, which electronically says 2281 forwards. And yeah, so it's in tab G, of the collection of documents, and then right towards the end, so it's 2,281, and hopefully our computers can cope with that. And you were, yeah, that's at the beginning of the document, hopefully. And then what I was, I suppose that's unfortunately the link that I wrote down. I think it's section 11 that deals with pass-by and diverted trips assessment methodology, which is electronically 2,328. And we see that one of the charts, actually, I think Mr. Budd has extracted for his rebuttal. But can I ask you, Mrs. Gould, you were obviously taken initially to the research reports that have been done and mentioned their age, and then directed us towards this note, TN 14/1. And I know you made the point about one would expect surveys to be done, but does this document help us with terms of how one should approach, as it refers to convenience stores and their likely split of traffic or where they're located?
At 11.10 it says convenience stores are more likely to produce pass-by trips, while comparison stores are more likely to produce diverted trips. And then at 11.19 it goes on to say there would be a low percentage of diverted trips at a town centre convenience store. So while you might get some pass-by, you're very unlikely to get diverted trips in a town centre, particularly to a convenience store located in the town centre.
So I suppose what we're looking for is obviously it's not 100% of the traffic that one is assigned to the network, because some of it's there already.
That's right, yes.
When it comes to how much one reduces it by, is there anything guidance here, or more generally, that helps us get a feel for that?
In terms of numbers of facilities, the higher number of facilities, this is 11.8, the higher number of facilities may produce a greater percentage of the secondary trips. So if you look at a convenience store, it's got less facilities because it's not a comparison store. It's got a lot of facilities because it gives a list of things like cafe, clothing, electrical garden centre, petrol filling station. So the higher number of those facilities you would have, the more secondary trips you would expect. So a convenience store is obviously just fairly basic in comparison with a comparison store. So it would have a relatively low number of secondary trips in comparison with a comparison store.
Thank you. We can leave that document. Then I want to follow up. There's a series of questions about the number of movements that are actually going to be likely generated. I suppose at peak times is what we're looking at for this particular development, and it was put to you that they were very small. And I think you certainly said out of Ongar Road that they would be small. Why, I suppose, is there then a concern if it is just, what is it other than just the number of movements that has led to your concern?
In terms of the effect of the traffic generation, is that what we're talking
Yes.
about? Yeah, yes. It's because the network is already very congested, and that's been identified through the local plan modelling. It's a very congested network, and the conclusion of that was, that extra traffic would need to be mitigated. So anything extra has quite an effect on it. And in particular, the concern is that traffic regularly blocks back through the junction and has a knock-on implication because the two junctions, there's a complex interaction between the two junctions because they're quite close, and you've got a lot of queuing in peak hours already on the network that goes past the site access junction, it queues right through the site access junction. So it's just the fact that that will exacerbate the situation, and that's something we've been concerned about all the time, and it's only like very recently that through the mediation process that we've had the modelling to show what that implication would be, because the LINSIGs standing alone don't show the true impact of the junction. You've got to consider it as part of the overall network, because the queues through the junction definitely do it. So the LINSIGs sort of treat it like a standalone and don't take into account the fact that it's affected by the congestion from Wilson's Corner.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned there the work done in terms of the mediation and the VISIM study. There was a question asked regarding your criticism of the trip distribution and the diversion that along Sawyers Hall Lane, for instance. So I suppose it's a small point, but to what extent was there discussion before the mediators decided what was going to be required of the VISIM model?
There was no discussion at all. It was just in terms of the distribution and the alternative, that was just something that the mediator decided was appropriate and asked the modellers to do.
Okay. Now, despite criticisms you've made, you've still described the model, the Stantec model, we've shorthand referred to it as being robust, and saying that the factors balance out each other. Could you just explain what you mean? If you've got criticisms of the model, how have you still concluded that it's robust?
Because we do accept that there would be quite a few trips on the network that are not new to the network generally, and therefore if the 70% of new trips is slightly high, it's balanced out by the fact that there are other issues that we have identified and concerned about the underestimation of the trip distribution within the VISIM model, and so therefore we considered that overall it is representative of what is likely to happen, because, for example, I think I've gone through it, the yellow box, trips via Sawyers Hall Lane, the fact that we're only looking at a situation with no local plan growth, and that might be exponentially different. I think we are saying that on balance the 70% gives a robust identification of what may happen.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that sweeps up one point. So that just, I suppose, leads to one particular set of figures that you were taking to regarding this queuing back that might occur, or the blocking back as it was referred to. You were taken to the figures as they exist in the report. And can you just explain it, if I think it's going to be said that there might be capacity for 28 car PCUs or slightly less if there's a zebra crossing, why it is you still have a concern if the figures are such like a 23 or the order of that sort of nature in the report, in the VISIM reports? Why is there still this concern that you have?
It's because The LINSIG does model it as a standalone junction. It doesn't take into consideration the wider network, and also the fact that the green signals, sorry, I couldn't remember the name of the company, the green signals in the detailed design plan clearly showed that the right turn into the site would be run in a separate stage. We haven't got a test for that. We did say that we thought that it should be tested because, sorry, that was in our proof, because that would give a representation of what that impact would be, and it's likely that the traffic would be worse. And the other thing is that we have got modelling for the weekend, just for the site access junction. We haven't got modelling for the BISIM for the weekend, which could be worse because the impact on William Hunter Way is shown to be worse at the Saturday peak. And it's a matter of fact, there is no BISIM model for the Saturday, which is why it wasn't tested. But we think it could well be worse on a Saturday than it is in the weekday peak. But we haven't got that modelling. That's just a concern. And if traffic queues are longer, obviously, like shown in the BISIM, it potentially blocks. Well, it does. It's shown in the BISIM model to block back to Wilson's Corner.
And could you just explain this with the extent that one can, that if, I think you said that one can see this queuing back happening at the moment, how does that compare to what the model would show with the traffic, with the signal junction in place?
It would be exacerbated by the signal junction. The BISIM model shows that there's a latent demand on Ongar Road South of 74 vehicles that can't enter the network, which is a considerable distance of extra queues. So, it is visible on the ground that the queues on most approaches to Wilson's Corner, and there's queues on Ongar Road as well. And vehicles would just add to the back of that queue.
It may not be something you can put your hands on immediately, but you've mentioned the detailed design. I think, as you said, green signals suggesting a slightly different approach in terms of the stages, so not a three-stage. Do you have a reference for that? What are you relying on?
Sorry, in terms of?
To say that the detailed design that's been submitted shows 4, if not potentially 5 stages. Is there a specific part?
It's actually on the green signals plan. There's a staging diagram on the green signals plan, which is at one of my appendices. Let me try.
There's we were handed in very early on A3,
Yes.
so is it HG14? Is that?
That sounds about right. Yes, it's the first one of the HG14. You can actually see
14. I think it might be 378. If the numbering has worked, which I can say thank you. Yes or no? I'm glad I could say thank you to the person who did the numbering. So where is it on this plan that you've picked up this point from?
on it's easiest to see on the bottom where it's got phasing and staging diagram, and then there are 5 boxes. The south-eastern arrows are Ongar Road South. So in stage 1, that's B, and you can see that there's a right turn ahead and a left turn. In stage 2, you've got phase C and phase B, and B is a right turn and a left, and C is a separate right turn, and that shows that approach 2, which is Ongar Road North, is stopped traffic because it's got a solid line across that. It's the bottom, it's right at the, in the middle, right at the bottom of that plan.
This is the arrows, yes?
Yes, yes.
Basic safety.
Yes. Do you need me to repeat? It's all right. So you can see from the first one, stage 1, that the two roads run together. In the top left-hand corner and bottom right-hand corner, and that's Ongar Road North and Ongar Road South. Ongar Road South runs all its directions in one go. In the second one, Ongar Road South has got two separate phases. So it's got stage C, which is the right turn, and phase B, which is the head and left turn. And the approach from Ongar Road North is shown to be stopped to traffic. So that indicates that it is a separate right turn stage, or a separate stage within the operation of the signals. That it would have to be run as a separate stage. In chapter 6, it says if you've got a right turn indicative arrow and an early, it's called like an early cut-off because you cut off the other main road early. You need to run that in a separate stage. And I have checked that with our signal engineers, and they say you can't. Well, it's very bad practice to just use extended into greens for that, because you should run it in a separate stage, and we don't have the modelling for that, but it would have an implication in terms of the amount of capacity at that junction. Obviously reducing it because you've got more red time to the southbound approach, because that's stopped, and that's the area of concern, because that's the one where we see significant queuing.
Thank you, sir. That's all I wanted to ask in re-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. I've just got one question, and it could as easily go to Mr. Budd as Mrs. Gore. It's simply a question of clarification, which is everything. Minis and compacts. What's the actual difference in terms of flow through them? What's the advantage, in other words, of having a compact rather than mini, or a mini rather than a compact?
It's the way.
Can we agree on this? This is quite interesting.
It is the way that you model it. You model them very differently. Because you in practical terms.
What's the difference in traffic flow through?
Probably not a lot.
Right.
Well, it's just the configuration of the junction that you're looking at. If it's big enough to form a compact, you probably would form a compact.
That doesn't necessarily mean you get any better flow through.
Not necessarily. It's all dependent on the input. But Arcady doesn't know
It models it differently.
Doesn't know whether it's a compact. But I can explain that.
Just to say, it was interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
All helps, doesn't it? Right. I've got no more questions.
I'm sure Mrs. Gore will agree as well. So
I'm saying I
thank
think
you
you can now speak to someone. Other than the investigator. Right. How long for? Mr. Taylor, Mr. Bowler,
I think it's probably about an hour.
we'll go for it. Yeah, we either have we either have an early lunch, a late lunch, or a lunch in the middle of the situation.
Let's swap over and start and we can see where we get.
Should I understand that this kind of is a pass over?
Brendan.
We have the passing over ceremony.
Okay.
Yes, please. That's a clean goal.
Thank you.
That's right.
Mr Taylor, sorry about that.
That's all. Thank you, sir. So I'm going to call Mr. Budd, and after introducing him, I'm going to get him to focus on what we believe are the main issues rather than read out a summary or any text, if that's acceptable to you. You are Jim Budd, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're a director of Singleton Clamp and Partners, a firm of transportation planners and infrastructure designers with offices in Edinburgh, Manchester, Leeds, Bristol and Chelmsford, is that right?
That's right.
And you've got an MSc in Transport Engineering and Planning from Salford University. You're a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Highways and Transportation, and you've over 30 years' experience in providing transport and highways advice on matters relating to a comprehensive range of development types. Is that right?
That's correct.
You explain in your evidence of paragraph 1.3 that you're well acquainted with the site and the local area, having visited it on numerous occasions and having undertaken detailed investigations for the purpose of preparing your evidence. You've been advising Lytton since 2014 on site access, master planning and transportation planning issues relating to the appeal site, and you've also liaised with County Highways since that time. Is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you. You say that your company, SCP, have acted on behalf of Lidl since 1998, and you've represented them since joining in 1999. You've undertaken over 500 separate commissions on behalf of Lidl across England and Wales since 2013. Is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask you please to read out paragraph 1.5?
I confirm that I understand that in presenting evidence that my duty is to the inquiry, and accordingly the opinions expressed are my true and professional opinions and have been prepared in accordance with the CIHT Code of Conduct, irrespective of by whom I'm instructed.
Thank you. Now, the first matter I want to address relates to the question of trip generation. And you'll recall Mrs. Gore queried the approach to the flats that's been adopted in terms of the trip generation. Page 28 of your proof, paragraph 417, you explain that the residential development will include up to 46 flats, and but to present a robust set of capacity assessments, trip rates based on privately owned flats have been used within TRICS, and the previous quantum of up to 80 flats has been retained. Mrs. Gore queried that. Can you just explain what's been done, please?
We certainly retained the trip generation for the apartments, and in the Linsig model, all the flows are put through the site access. Whether in the VISIM model, whether Mrs. Gore is correct in that Stantec didn't put the resi through the site access, as well as the Lidl. I'm not 100% sure, but all of the Lidl traffic went through the site access, and the residential development traffic is on the network. It'll just be going straight through on Ongar Road, because it needs to get to the site via Burland Road.
Thank you very much. Now, the next element I wanted to ask you about is the data that's been obtained in terms of count data, and you address the count data in your proof paragraph, the surveys from 3.7 onwards, and just want to get you to consider for a moment the implications of the 2022 data that you that you've produced in your proof, and indeed which you address in your rebuttal. The suggestion that the new data is not comparable with the manual count data. What do you say to that?
I don't agree. I think ATC data is more accurate. There's usually a 5% or so variation in accuracy with ATC data, and it can be as much as 10% for manual classified count data. We've also got a month's worth of data, and what I do agree with Mrs. Gore in that if you've got stationary traffic on a loop, it can affect the recordings on an ATC. You've got slow-moving traffic on Ongar Road. It's not completely stationary all the time, and I've got no doubt that the results that we obtained in June 2022 are completely reliable, and they're consistent with other observations that we've made across the country to look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on peak hour traffic flows.
Thank you. And what about the point that, well, the petrol price was very high at the time? What do you say to that suggestion, that that's suppressing the figures in some way?
It hasn't been borne out by the results. It hasn't. There's been no correlation that I can see in terms of the flow along Ongar Road through that period over those 4 weeks. Traffic was in fact increasing along Ongar Road as petrol prices were going up.
Thank you. Now, just to get your view on matters, you will recall that I put to Mrs. Gore the traffic that is identified as generated in your table 4.5. The two-way traffic flows of 32,158,291, and we had a look at the graph that you produced, I think in your appendix. If you recall that, the graph that relates to the count that you did. I think it's your appendix 8, wasn't it? And from that graph, I'm just trying to find the page. I've lost the reference.
416, I think it is.
416. Yeah.
ATC data. Yeah.
Yes, it's your appendix 8, isn't it? And looking at that, I identified a range in variation during the day on the blue line of about 350. And I asked Mrs. Gore to place the numbers from your proof, the 32, the 158, into that context. What's your view as to the sort of scale of traffic generation we're dealing with here, and its importance generally when one looks at the variation in a day in this area?
Leaving aside pass-by and new trips, which I'm sure we'll come on to, in the context of the total traffic generated by this site and how much traffic Ongar Road and the wider network currently carries, it's insignificant, to be honest. It's the flows in and out of a little food store in the peak hours are not huge, and certainly when you take into account the fact that traffic on an A road such as Ongar Road can vary by as much as plus or minus 10% over a day-by-day basis, I don't think you're going to notice any difference in reality if this store is open.
And to what extent does the Colne store that you've referred to and we discussed, and the work that was done there looking at it once it opened and the impact on the roads around the Colne store, to what extent does that support that view?
I think it completely supports it. It was a very similar site, in my view, to Brentwood. Yes, the A6068 is the continuation of the M65, if you like, as it goes through to Keighley. But there's a big separation between the two, and as it passes through Colne, it takes traffic to a big Sainsbury's on one side of a signalised junction, as close as the Sainsbury's in Brentwood Town Centre to the appeal site. There's an Aldi and a mixed-use retail park on the other side of the A6068 from the little food store. And my view, all the way through the planning process with Lancashire County Council, was that there wouldn't be a significant uplift in traffic. It took some convincing, but we got it through planning. And then we did the post-opening surveys, and the results confirmed that there was no material uplift in peak hour throughput, in spite of the fact that the little store was generating traffic at typical levels, and that was purely as a result of the fact that it was just sucking traffic off the existing throughput, as you would expect.
And to what extent do you believe a similar consequence would arise if the little store were to open at Wates Way?
I think you'd find exactly the same situation here. Brentwood Town Centre is the main focus for visitors to Brentwood. There's a massive Sainsbury's. There's all sorts of facilities on the high street. I don't think Lidl, no offence to my client, but I don't think Lidl would be the main draw to Brentwood Town Centre, and I don't think we would witness the level of uplift in peak hour traffic that Essex consider is appropriate to test. The reason I looked at 70% of new traffic at the site access was because it was a section of Ongar Road, north of William Hunter Way, that I thought some traffic coming out of the town centre might divert up to in terms of getting to the appeal site. There's just no evidence that in the peak hour the wider network would experience the same level of uplift. I've got no evidence before me from numerous other little stores over the country that happens in similar situations, and I don't believe it's going to happen here, but I wanted to be robust when I was testing it for Essex, and so that's why I looked at the level of new traffic that I did along Ongar Road, north of William Hunter Way, and through North Road.
Thank you. Now, you said you wanted to be robust. You've produced in your proof further modelling adopting an assumption of 30% new trips. Which assumption do you say the inspector should prefer and why? 70 or 30?
I think that the 30% assumption is the much more realistic assumption in terms of the level of uplift that might be experienced in the immediate vicinity of the appeal site through that junction at North Road. 70% is a robust test of that junction to show that even if the uplift is as severe as that, there will be no blocking back as far as William Hunter Way, and that was proven. But certainly across the wider network, it would be completely unrealistic to test it on the basis of a 70% uplift of new traffic.
Thank you very much. Let's just move on from that point. The mediator, in his report, did not see 70% as realistic either, did he?
That's correct.
Just in terms of the position of the council at the mediation, was it your understanding that the mediator got it wrong when he recorded the 70% new trips as something that ECC required?
My view, we had many meetings through the mediation process, and I do recall making some quite severe representations about how much we were to allow for new traffic. I don't think he got it wrong. I don't think he was wrong in suggesting that that was not what Essex routinely require at all. No. And as I said, that the reason why we looked at it for the appeal side access alone was purely for the sake of robustness for that section of highway alone, not for the wider network.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on from that point, and I just want to sorry, just get my notes. Yes. In terms of the material produced by ECC, what evidence have you seen from ECC in the material provided to this inquiry that demonstrates that that 70% new trips is the correct assumption to adopt?
There's nothing at all before this inquiry from ECC.
All right, thank you. I don't recall. Thank you. Now, the next thing I want to ask you about is the north, the issue about the routing, the 60, 40 and 50-50 routing point. Remember that comes out of Mrs. Gore's paragraphs 6.6 to 6.8
Yeah.
of her proof. And the simple point I want to put to you is, to what extent is it a point that matters?
I don't think it's a point that has much bearing on this inquiry. I wasn't involved in either the 50-50 or the 60-40 split of traffic between Shenfield Road and Longer Road North. That was something that was discussed and debated between the mediator and Stantec. But if you actually look at the volume of traffic between Longer Road North and Shenfield Road, and then look at the difference between 60-40 and 50-50, I think it's something like you're looking at 8 vehicles a minute compared to 6 or something like that. It's not a huge difference at all that we're talking about. We're not talking about dozens, certainly not hundreds of lost trips on Ongar Road as a result of the 60-40 split.
Okay, fine. And in terms of adopting the 60-40 that you did, just so we understand, you simply adopted the same approach that the mediator had agreed with Stantec in the mediation.
Yes, that's correct.
And when you adopted that approach, were you aware of Essex County Council having any concerns about adopting that 60-40 approach whatsoever?
No.
So when was the first time you read anything from Essex about 60-40 being inappropriate?
In preparation for this inquiry.
Thank you. now I want to turn on to look at the test of from paragraph 111 of the MPPF. Can you explain to the inspector, please, how you approach that test, the test of whether a residual cumulative impact on the network will be severe?
Yes, I think you have to look at a combination of consequences, and I don't disagree with Mrs. Gore in that respect, but an increase in the length of a queue necessarily isn't severe unless it blocks back, say, to a blind corner at which traffic is approaching at speed and may not have time to stop. Or if it regularly blocks back to another junction and there's evidence that the whole system comes to a complete standstill. We haven't got either of those situations here. Yes, there were occasions in the vision modelling that Stantec produced where there was blocking back, and there were occasions when Wilson's Corner experienced high delays. That happens now. That happens at the moment. So the impact of little traffic will not severely affect the operation of that junction. There's no evidence before this inquiry that the increase in the length of the queue down to William Hunter Way or from William Hunter Way back up to the site access will lead to cars approaching the back of that queue at a speed that they can't safely stop from. So I don't understand where the conclusion that Essex have come to has been derived from.
All right, thank you. And again, just to clarify matters, we see in paragraph 1.111 a reference to unacceptable safety, and then a reference to residual cumulative impact on the network being severe. To what extent do you consider the judgment on severity of impact on the network to involve the considerations of safety?
This is a difficult one, actually, because there is a combination. I'm sure there's a combination of factors. I don't think it is possible always to divorce the two. But Para 111 does attempt to split them, and it says that there's an unacceptable impact on highway safety that must be considered first, and then a severe residual cumulative impact. Whether highway safety is wrapped up in that second element as well, I don't know. It's very much a matter of judgment of the engineers and the officers involved.
All right, thank you. Now, before we go on to look at some of the issues relating to the modelling, I did want to just focus our minds on one aspect, and that is that there is a difference between some of the scenarios that have been modelled by Stantec and yourself, depending upon whether the signalised junction at the site is run with 3 stages or 4. And the council has, through Mr. Henderson, suggested reasons why that signalised junction must, in their view, must run as a 4-stage process. Yeah. Can you just explain, apart from Mr. Henderson, the junction's been appraised by through a number of different safety audits.
Yeah.
What's the position in terms of other auditors on this point?
There was only one auditor that suggested that we might want to look at separately staging North Road and the site access. They didn't have any information before them in terms of the level of traffic in and out of those 2 side roads. and nor did they have any information for them in terms of the consequence of that staging arrangement on queues along Ongar Road. And so when we, in our designer's response, said, no, we don't need to do that. In our view, the alignment is perfectly safe between the two side roads. The level of traffic is light, and the approach speeds from both side roads is low. So in my view, there is no justification at all to separately stage them. And I couldn't see a situation where the highway authority would want to separately stage them, given their concerns about capacity that would result.
Thank you. Now, the auditor that identified, the other auditor that identified that you might want to look at a separate stage, was that Taylor Bowie?
It was, yeah.
And Taylor Bowie were asked by you to look at, to conduct a stage 2 audit on some drawings that they were provided with, is that right?
Yeah, we wanted specifically to ask that same auditor, the same audit team, to review the same proposal. And, but this time, the detailed design package, which we were submitting for technical approval, and that included the signal stage operation. We included traffic flow information within the design brief. We included swept path information within the audit brief, and that auditor, reviewing that complete package, the much more complete package of information, had no concerns at all. And certainly didn't suggest, again, separately staging the two side roads.
All right, thank you. In addition to the auditors, what request did you make of the authors of the Linsig software to review staging?
Well, similarly, yeah, we wanted to confirm with JCT, who offer an audit of your Linsig model as part of their package. We wanted to ask them specifically that question, whether in their view it was something that would be advisable, or something that they would see as a fundamental part of the signal plan for a junction of that type. And their view was absolutely not. They couldn't understand why you would entertain such an idea, given the low level of traffic, the low speeds, and the consequence of separately staging the two side roads.
Now, Mr. Henderson, when he gave his evidence, I think it might have been in re-examination, in fact, he looked at the swept path analysis that we had, that I think you produce in your rebuttal. And yes, he looked at, it was drawing 6, which we've all got hard copies of now, I hope.
Oh.
Do you remember? It's in the rebuttal to. The plan is it's SCP 18254 ATRSK 800/06, and it shows the site access proposals with improved footways and swept path of large saloon car out of both side roads. That's it, yeah. And Mr Henderson pointed to vehicles travelling out of North Road, wanting to turn right, as having to drive in a line straight towards cars coming out of the little site turning right because of the slight angle of the junction. Now, what comment do you have about that and its implications for highway safety?
It's not at all unusual, and it's not something that would result in a highway safety issue at all. Certainly not in a location like this where traffic flows are low. Locals would very, very quickly get used to the way in which the junction operated, and I would have thought that a huge proportion of traffic passing through this junction on a day-by-day basis will be the same. But no, it's not unusual at all. The alignment is not severe. There would be keep left bollards on the central pedestrian refuge within the little site access. And given the fact that in terms of the total volume of traffic, we're only talking about, I think the maximum right turning flow that we modelled was in the Linsig model in the morning peak, and that was the right turn out of North Road, which was 98. But that was opposed by a right turn out of Lidl in the morning of just 20. But even so, if you're talking about a 90-second cycle time, so 40 cycles an hour, you're just talking about 2 vehicles a minute, or a cycle, as you know, maximum out of North Road, and you're not going to notice that. It's not a huge approach flow that you're going to have to carefully think about how to negotiate. It's just 2 cars per cycle.
All right, thank you. Now, with that in mind, to what extent do you consider that a 4-stage signalised junction is required in this location to address the safety concern about offside collisions from vehicles turning right out of North Road and right out of the appeal site?
It's just not justified in, there is no justification for it at all. There are plenty of other junctions around the UK, around Essex, within Brentwood, that, I know Brentwood is full of mini roundabouts, but there are some signalised junctions, and there are some where the side roads operate together. It's not uncommon, and it is not, it's not a highway safety concern when the flows are as light as they are here, and when the approach speeds are as low as they will be here. And when you think about the fact that if you have to wait within the middle of the junction for another car to clear before you can complete the manoeuvre, you will have time within the intergreen period to safely complete your manoeuvre before the opposing roads get green. So there's no justification whatsoever in highway safety terms, and certainly not in capacity terms either, for separately staging those 2 lightly trafficked side roads.
Okay, thank you. Now, having looked at that, let's just move on to think about the various scenarios we've got. We've got the Stantec scenarios, which are based on 70% of new trips to the entire network. Now, can you just explain what that assumption actually means in practice? 70% of new trips to the network.
Yeah. If you look at the evening peak, I don't think we need to look at the morning peak trip generation for Lidl, really. It's pretty insignificant. But in the evening peak, there could be circa 200 trips in and out. to assume that 70% of those 140 customers at the moment in Brentwood aren't shopping anywhere by car, and then to think that they will suddenly get in their car and drive through Wilson's Corner just to get to the appeal site, I think is completely unrealistic. We've tested it, and it's produced results that I wasn't too surprised by. But yeah, in reality, it's just not going to happen.
All right, thank you. Now, I think Mrs. Gore referred to a site at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
For some support. What do you say about that site?
It's completely different from Brentwood. It's a suburban site on a 40-mile-an-hour road next to a free-flowing roundabout. Yes, there are other food stores in the vicinity, but not as close by as Sainsbury's is to the appeal site. And again, I wanted to be robust at the point of access in Chelmsford, and so I looked at 70% of their traffic as being new to the network. But there is just no comparison between the two sites in that respect.
Okay, thank you. Now, the 30% assumption of 30% new trips across the network in the peak hours. Can you just give the inspector the benefit of your views as to what that means in reality, just as you did for the 70%?
Yeah, so we're looking at about 30 to 35 new trips, I suppose, in total. Again, I think in the PM peak hour, it's very unlikely that you will see that level of uplift for a discount food store on a congested network. But nevertheless, it's reasonable to look at the impact of 30%. Certainly locally. Across the wider network, I would have concerns about testing it as far down as Wilson's Corner, particularly since that is the main approach, certainly from the south and the east, into Brentwood town centre, and what is the main destination for them, which is William Hunter Way, the car parks, Sainsbury's, and that area there.
Right, thank you. Now, you'll recall that with Mrs. Gore, I took her to a number of tables from the Stantec report, and we looked at the number of vehicles going through Wilson's Corner and the site access, and we looked at the comparison between the reference case and the Stantec signal case, and we identified that the amount of vehicles going through those junctions slightly, on the whole, either slightly increased or was immaterially different. What is your view of what should the inspector draw from that?
I think the obvious conclusion to draw from that is that even when tested under the extremely robust scenario of 70% of Lidl's traffic as being new to the whole network, it's not going to collapse completely. There will not be evidence of complete lockdown and trips that want to come into Brentwood and pass through it being trapped. There's a very similar level of throughput with all scenarios. And so there's no evidence of any severe reduction in traffic flow.
Thank you. And that's very helpful. I know, I think the other aspect I wanted to touch on you relates to it's table 7.4 of your proof. And that we can see, I think it's on page 64, is that right?
Yes.
And here we're looking at the difference between the mini roundabout and the compact roundabout arrangement at Ongar Road and William Hunter Way. Now, Mrs. Gore said it really doesn't make any difference, and they don't really want it. What's your view as to that issue?
I think Mrs. Gore's view that it didn't make any difference was based on the additional Arcady modelling that I undertook on a without prejudice basis, looking at the proposed mitigation scheme as a mini roundabout, modelling it as a mini roundabout in Arcady. I did not agree that that was the right way to do it, but that was what I was asked to prepare. But if I go through this point now with you then, sir, I've called it a compact roundabout. I accept that in terms of DMRB, a 22 metre ICD roundabout is not compact. But in terms of Arcady, all Arcady can look at are three things. The first thing is the diameter of the central island within the roundabout less than 4 metres? Is it less than 4 metres, and is it overrunnable? Is the inscribed circle diameter of the whole roundabout more than 130 metres? If it's less than 4 metres, you tick a box that says model it as a mini roundabout. If it's more than 130 metres, you tick a box that says model it as a large roundabout, grade separated. Anything else is a standard roundabout. And because the mitigation scheme, yes, it's got a 22 metre ICD, but the central island is a physical central island and it's 4 metres in diameter. So therefore, it should be modelled as a standard roundabout in Arcady, because Arcady uses algorithms that have been tried and tested over many, many years to look at driver behaviour for certain junction types. The mini roundabout algorithms are only recently been included within Arcady, I think are less reliable. But anyway, that's not the point, because I'm perfectly satisfied with the standard roundabout algorithms in Arcady, and to Arcady, the mitigation scheme for William Hunter Way is a standard roundabout. So that's the way it should be modelled. So these results here show that there will be improvement.
Thank you. Now, Wilson's Corner next. You'll recall that there was some discussion about what's proposed at Wilson's Corner, and there's going to need to be a team put together for everybody to look at potential solutions for it. Can you just explain what the problems are at Wilson's Corner and how they might be addressed?
Yeah. The first problem is that it's a double mini roundabout. I think there are at least 3 problems. The first is it's a double mini roundabout with a fairly significant volume of traffic trying to pass through it. The second problem is that the lanes in the middle of the junction are too short. So in between the 2 mini roundabouts, there's a very short stretch of carriageway, and 2 lanes have been marked out in both directions. They're too short. They don't allow anything over the size of 1 car to store. So anything more than 1 car, or a bus or a lorry, will block other traffic. And then the third thing, and the think that has the most impact on the operation of the junction, is the 4 pedestrian crossings on each approach, which, if you're a pedestrian, are fantastic, because you just walk up to them, press the button, and it goes green. But if you're a car driver, it's less beneficial. But then we should be looking at promoting walking and cycling and active travel. So I don't disagree that they should be there, but there's no coordination, I don't think, at all between the crossings. So you can pass through one as a driver, having been stopped there, and then you turn the corner and you get stopped at the next one. I don't know whether Essex have looked at any kind of coordination there at all, but it would be fairly straightforward, I would have thought, to look at ensuring that if you get stopped at one junction crossing, you don't get stopped at the next one. But they're very close. Those crossings are very close to the exits and the approaches to Wilson's Corner from all directions. And so you regularly see traffic blocking back into the junction, and that's what causes the lock-up. But it's not so much the volume of traffic as the volume of pedestrians. I think there's a very simple solution. It's just a time to talk about it. I think there's a very simple solution to Wilson's Corner. Oh no, I just think I was looking at the Stantec flows last night, and obviously I've been on site as well. And in fact, when I came down on Monday night, I drove through it, and we approached from the north, myself and my colleague, and we were going to turn into High Street. So I got into the offside lane of the 2 approach lanes on Ongar Road North to turn right into High Street, because that's the one that is indicated as right turn only. And as soon as you do that, you feel wary about traffic on your inside, because you know that the ahead traffic to go into Ingrave Road South is going to be coming alongside you. I can't see any need for that offside right turn lane, or the offside lane on the southbound approach to Wilson's Corner, being right turn only, because the demand is only between 60 and 70 vehicles per hour. The demand for the near side lane, so southbound ahead and left turn, is something like 650 to 700. So you've got almost 10 times the volume of traffic in the near side lane as you got in the offside lane. My recommendation would be to convert the offside lane to ahead and right, to have only one lane through the mini roundabouts, in the middle of the mini roundabouts, to take traffic either onto High Street or down onto Ingrave Road, and have the near side lane as a left turn only. I think that would have a huge impact on the capacity of that junction. No.
So, having looked at that, what is your view of the potential for the council in the near future to take action to address Wilson's Corner and improve the traffic flow through it?
I think there's huge potential. I'm not sure if they've looked at that scenario, whether they tested that particular option. I know they've looked at other more significant, more substantial alterations, including banning turnings and one-way systems. But just on the face of it, that would appear to be a pretty material improvement.
All right, thank you. Now, having diverted looking at Wilson's Corner, I want to have a look at the consequences of Wilson's Corner and its interaction and the interaction with the junction of William Hunter Way and the Appealside junction, and the question of blocking back. Now, to what extent does your vision modelling with the 30% new trips assumption and your three-stage signalised junction at the site access, to what extent does that show blocking back?
It doesn't.
And just to clarify, the Visim model that you're running to draw that conclusion, does that have the same assumptions as the Stantec model had?
Yes.
So those were twofold, weren't they? They were a fixed timing of the signals, and that the pedestrian phase was called every stage.
Yes. There's an option where it's called every cycle.
Yeah.
Every cycle, yeah.
Every cycle, sorry, I'm using the wrong terminology again. Thank you. And so, with that in mind, and in view of the assumptions behind the Stantec modelling, which did identify some blocking back, to what extent do you believe the appeal scheme will give rise to unacceptable severe impacts on the network related to blocking back?
I don't believe that the appeal scheme will result in any evidence of blocking back between the two junctions, between the junctions of the site access, William Hunter Way and Wilson's Corner. There's no evidence, even when we tested individually the site access under Linsig with much higher flows and a much more robust signal plan of queues even back as far as Wilson's Corner. I think at one point Mrs. Gore mentioned the fact that mean max queues in Linsig are only 50% of what the maximum queue could be. But that's only in an oversaturated link. The Linsig manual is very clear on that. Mean max queues can be exceeded, but only when the link is oversaturated. And there's no evidence anywhere before this inquiry of the northbound approach to the appeal site on Unger Road being oversaturated.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of the Stantec scenarios, of course that didn't look at the introduction of VA. What's your view as to whether the introduction of VA would result in the blocking back identified as occurring occasionally by Stantec on the 70-30 assumption?
I think it would have a huge benefit, VA. I accept what Mrs. Gore was saying about the fact that there's a limit to the level of improvement it can offer in really congested situations, but I don't think we have got that here, and we certainly haven't got a situation where the junction is oversaturated. It's not oversaturated, and it's not oversaturated on all approaches. And what's more, it can be combined with the pedestrian stages and with on-crossing detectors. And if there's any opportunity to reduce the green time for pedestrians, it can get involved in that as well. So there's a huge benefit that could result from Mover being installed at a standalone location like this. And I actually disagree with Essex and their engineer about linking the site access to Wilson's Corner and the pedestrian crossings down there. I think we definitely should explore that opportunity. And in fact, I think we should explore an opportunity to link the crossings either side of Wilson's Corner, as I've said before. But no, I think Mover will be a huge benefit at this location.
All right, thank you. Let's turn away then from looking at the network itself and just move on to deal with some matters relating to safety, if I may, sir. You addressed the issues in relation to safety in your raised by Mr. Henderson in your rebuttal proof. I just want to look at those very briefly, if we may. The first of them was parking outside of number 76 on page 22 of your rebuttal. Your response in the row to paragraph 111 of Mr Henderson's summary proof. What's your view as to whether the parking outside number 76 is a show-stopping safety hazard?
It's certainly not a showstopper, no.
And how easy is it to address?
It's very easy to address, either through enforcement or through new bollards. I don't particularly like bollards as street furniture. I think enforcement might be the better option. But yeah, it should be very easy to address, especially on a priority 1 county road.
Okay, and New North House, this was the issue about vehicles parking just off of the road and then crossing the pavement.
Yeah.
What is your response to Mr Henderson was concerned about them not being able to see the traffic signals and driving through the junction when it's on a red?
Yeah, I really can't see that happening. It would be completely obvious to a driver, the 1 or 2 drivers maybe exiting New North House in the peak hour or any period, that what phase the lights are on. But you know, it's something that could easily be addressed through the detailed design process, through the stage 2 and 3 safety audit process. Yeah, it's just, again, it's not a showstopper at all.
Right, thank you. Now, another issue that arose in the course of discussions about safety was the capacity of the right turn pocket,
Yeah.
and whether it's sufficient in terms of its capacity. Now, what is its capacity, and what's your view of its sufficiency?
Its capacity, in my view, is at least 3 PCUs. We don't need 3 PCUs. And in fact, the demand to turn right in from the south is relatively light. I think we tested it under Linsig, looking at, as Mrs. Gore said, we looked at the existing sort of tidality of flow north and southbound along Ongar Road and repeated that distribution for the appeal site traffic. And when you do that, in the morning peak, you get 25 turning right in from the south. So that would be 1 every other cycle. In the PM peak, you get 57, so just more than 1 every cycle. But the VISIM flows, so the ones that Stantec used in their modelling, looked at 45 turning in from the south in the morning peak, so nearly double what we had in our Linsig model, and 77 turning in from the south in the evening peak, so 50% more than we had in our Linsig model. And even when they did that, they found no evidence of the right turn traffic blocking the northbound ahead flow. But just as an extra level of protection, and I think I really do need to clarify this, the green signals drawing, which shows a right turn arrow, is only there to release excess right turning traffic. It's an emergency sort of hurry call stage that would only be called if a separate detector detected right turning traffic waiting in the junction after the north and southbound stage, and it would just be there to make sure that it cleared before the 2 side roads came on. It would not be a routine green arrow that would always be called. It would be demand based only. and I can't see that demand triggering that right turn arrow frequently at all.
Of course.
Just make sure, so we're talking gap, basically. We're talking right turn, stacking right turn.
Yes.
There.
Yeah.
So that has its own.
That was the stage that Mrs. Gore referred to on the green signals drawing.
Is that what's proposed? I just want to make sure I understand.
It's the same thing. Yes, same junction.
So it would. So traffic's going through, some goes into the right lane.
Yeah.
Presumably it will have to stay there because the traffic coming the other way.
Yeah.
And so
If it's still there,
if it's still there, you then triggers a right turn phase.
yeah, if there's
It's not accepted that it will do it during the intergrade.
no, not all the time. No, no.
That's exactly what I wanted.
No.
Sorry, I would have asked that later, but now see it's the pertinent time. Okay, so there is a right turn phase.
That can be called.
If it detects those vehicles in those.
Yes, I think most of them will turn in gaps. But if there is an incident where there is right turning traffic still waiting in the junction at the end of that stage, that right turn arrow will come on just to make sure it clears. And it's just into Little, actually. It's just into Little. The demand to turn right into North Road is very low.
Okay, thank you. Just stop the witness now. Mr. Taylor, apologies.
Thank you. Not at all. All right. Let's move on from that element. HGVs entering and exiting the site. First of all, how many HGVs, given what's in the statement of common ground, are going to be coming from Ongar Road North and leaving via Ongar Road North?
None.
Right. In terms of the vehicles, HGVs entering the site, what is your understanding of the risk of an HGV entering, colliding with stationary road users waiting to turn right?
I think this is an HGV exiting, isn't it?
Well, no, because Mr. Henderson did entering and exiting, so...
I think the entering concern that Mr. Henderson had was an HGV turning left in from the north, which I don't think is going to happen.
Right.
And evidence that the swept path showed the corner of the trailer just clipping the right turn pocket for North Road. But the right turners into North Road are very low, and we're not going to have an HGV turning left into Little from the north.
Okay.
The other one, which was the left-turning HGV out of Little, hitting stationary right-turning traffic into Little, I just don't understand at all. But nevertheless, we have got now this emergency stage that would release any waiting traffic just before the Little arm gets a green signal with that right-turn arrow. So it's there. That's the solution, I think, to Ian Henderson's concerns in that respect. That right turning traffic would not be there when an HGV turned left out of Little.
Yes, okay. And I think he voiced his concerns yesterday that it arose in congestion, so in congested conditions, where the right-turning cars couldn't get into the site because the site junction itself is blocked by cars trying to head southbound on Longer Road. And I pointed out that if that was the case, then the HGV itself would be blocked in too. What would you say about that?
I agree completely, yeah. There's no way that an HGV could drive through the southbound traffic to hit the right turning traffic. That just wouldn't happen. I still believe in Brentwood. I believe that we can put a yellow box in and make it work. I believe that people can understand how a yellow box works. And I don't think it was wrong for Stantec to model the site access with a yellow box facility within it. You certainly can't put yellow boxes in mini roundabouts. And yes, there's evidence of traffic at the moment blocking back through the mini roundabout at North Road. But you don't do that through a signalised junction. because it has consequences, and it can be enforced against as well. And the police can be there to book you if you block the exit from a junction where there's a yellow box.
Thank you. In relation to, I think, the last issue relating to safety, before we just do one question, I think, on deliverability. Mr. Henderson also raised a point, didn't he, about buses?
Yeah.
And this arose, I think he was concerned about HGVs and buses north of the junction.
Yeah.
So how is that going to arise as a problem associated with HGVs accessing the appeals side if the HGVs are routed to and from the south?
It's not going to be a problem for Lidl's HGVs, and in fact the proposed improvements, as you can see at drawing 05, 805, show that there is, well, because we're widening Ongar Road north of the site access, there's plenty of room for an HGV to continue northbound through a stationary bus in the lay-by, and in between that and any right-turning traffic into North Road. There's additional hatching there which could be used. So I don't agree with Mr. Henderson there at all in that respect, but that's a concern.
All right, thank you. Now, deliverability of the junction due to the presence of statutory undertakers' equipment. To what extent is there any evidence that there will be any difficulty whatsoever in delivering the junction, given the presence of statutory undertakers' equipment?
There's no evidence at all. We've done GPR surveys. Ideally, we'd have done some child holes, but traffic management and costs of those would just have been excessive. But I'm confident in the GPR surveys we've had undertaken. We've compared that with existing utility records, and the designer of the signal installation in his own designer's risk assessment has concluded that he's got no problem installing signal equipment around the junction given the presence of existing utilities. But I agree with Mrs. Gore, it's a common situation. You find it everywhere. You've got to know where your stats are, and you've got to be able to divert them. But it's just a natural risk of development that Lidl accept, Lidl understand, Lidl do it all over the UK. And we help them through that process on numerous sites. But it's certainly not a reason for refusal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Budd. Is there anything else you want to raise with the inspector at this stage?
I think so.
Right. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions in chief then.
Right. 1:30. I suggest 3/4 of an hour, all right? Or do you want an hour?
Obviously want to check on some of the things, we've obviously got out of secrets and things, but
You'd rather an hour? Yeah, okay. So we'd hear at 2:30. Are we going to get through it today? Because I realise we are now slightly behind what we'd hoped. Or are we going to go into tomorrow? $64 question.
some reasonable disabilities, of course, but I can try.
Okay. I don't want to be too late tonight, that's all. 5-ish would be good. Okay. Right, in which case, back here in an hour. Thank you, everybody. Right, good afternoon again. Any procedural matters before we start? Going once, going twice. No, right, Mr. Upton, he's all yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Budd. I was going to start with the practicalities of the junction and then come on to the implications for the network. But obviously the first practicality was regarding the services. I think we can take that fairly shortly because I know you matters have become a bit more resolved. But can I start with a plan that we have? As I understand it, it's in our core documents as A30, it's a utility survey. And so A30 is the reference in our bundles. And it's a separate plan on the utility, so it's just a single sheet.
Where is it in the entity?
So tab A, page 30. I'm hoping will then take you to one that has location surveys limited.
There's another version, planning application document. Planning application document.
Thank you. So over page 30.
It's page 30.
That's what I'm hoping. And I think electronically may even have to add one page on, so it becomes A31. Yeah.
A31 999 on information.
Of which one?
A. So if you go into bundle A, it's page 999 of bundle A.
Oh Lord, yeah. Yes, well, I have to written A30 on mine, which is. So, page-wise, 999 of our bundle A, 999 of A. So it's the application plans that, unfortunately, all in one.
Mine says of 981.
Ah,
Bundle A, sir.
I've actually got it planning out the council website. Sure, that's it. It says wrap at the start.
No, it's number 34 down the list.
What are we doing so?
yes, I thought it was going nice and straightforward, but unfortunately.
A1 to A13. It says at the top, and it starts with the application plan.
And then excuse me, it then continues their drawings and then it goes down 982 onwards.
Number 34 is A31.
That's document 34.
Sorry?
Document number 34 in that list.
And hopefully there's then a hyperlink.
It's not tabulated at the start, I've just got documents right for the other, that's the problem.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, anyone want to stay on? This should be easy. Should be one there.
There
Yeah.
it is, but
Sorry, guys.
No,
The joys of the
yeah.
It's the last thing, isn't it?
It's probably easy next.
Yeah.
so it's in the paginated bundle that we sent you the link to and go through the memory stick. It should go across the website as well.
It does that quite often. This is where, of course, if we had a big screen somewhere, we could all put it on there and all see the same thing.
You can plug one of the laptops in and put it on the screen. Doesn't it come up? I think it comes up on the monitors.
It comes up on the monitors.
A thought for future, I keep saying this at every council I go to, if we can make life a lot easier, rather
quickly? Oh, okay, okay, you're there.
Okay, I'm truly sorry about that.
Not at all. I regret that it's got so buried. But I suppose, Mr. Budd, you and I can we safely take this fairly shortly. This is the set of information that is currently still available, isn't it? Despite plans to find out more, this is as far as things have got.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is the GPR survey, yeah.
Yeah, and there's been an exchange of emails about further trial pits, but that's not happened.
It hasn't happened.
Yeah.
No.
So really, as I say, just a sort of couple of quick points. The survey itself includes items where there's unknown utilities or just unknown things that they have discovered, don't they? There's some things that they, at that stage, don't have the answer to. Like, for instance, opposite number 72, you've got the unknown formation.
Yeah.
You've got UTT as another one, which is sort of on the other side of Ongar Road, sort of almost opposite the number 8. So there is, if you were going to be constructing anything, this would not be sufficient, would it? There's more work that needs to be done.
Yeah, of course there is.
Yeah. And in terms of the survey they've done, there's we don't quite know where the gas pipelines go, do we?
Well, we didn't find them underneath the footway.
Yeah.
I suspect they're along the road in the carriageway already.
Yeah, but because of the alterations to the footway and the extensions, you do need to survey a wider area than has been surveyed here.
Well, no, because it's all about can we fit signal poles into the footway. If the gas is already under the carriageway, which I think it is, and we're just taking most of that footway out anyway and converting it into carriageway, then there'll be no difference, essentially.
But you've got to be careful where the curbs go, don't you? You can't.
Yeah, of course you have. Yeah.
So you can't have utilities under curbs.
No,
Yeah.
no, but that's part of the detailed design process. That would be part of the next stage if the appeal is allowed. And it would involve getting C3s from the utility companies, their costs for diversions.
Yeah, and obviously Mrs. Gore gave an example of where that work's turned out that something couldn't be done. In a particular instance, I presume you've come across that as well yourself, that in instances where things cannot be built.
No, I've never come across the situation where it couldn't be built. No, just it becomes more costly for the developer. But you go through a process with the utility company. You do your best to sort of say, your C3 estimate is for this much. What about if we divert it here instead, or just drop it, or protect it, or something? There's always a solution. We've never come across a solution where we have been prevented because of the presence of utilities from building a new junction.
Because that's perhaps the difference between it. Mrs. Gore's given an example where they did consider they had reached the limit of what could be done. You would
In
have
that
kept
particular
going.
location, but I don't think there's any evidence before this inquiry that we've got the same situation at all.
No, we don't know is the answer, do we?
We know much more at planning stage than we normally would.
Well, I'm not sure that quite follows, because the more that's been discovered, the more is that there are questions raised, isn't it? It's that situation. It's not where the more has been discovered, we have less questions.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that we've done some really thorough investigations. We've answered a lot of questions, and combined with the detailed design that's been based upon the GPR surveys and the signal designer's risk assessment, I think we've got much more evidence before this inquiry than we normally would if this was just a simple GA on an ordnance survey background.
This slightly overlaps, I know what will be discussed at the roundtable, but I need to probably ask you, is that the suggestion is that you could continue with work to essentially demolish the site whilst this is sorted out. Surely the risk of that is that the pressure is then just, you're not going to stop at demolition, are you?
If it's a condition, then it could be enforced again, surely.
But you would then be in a situation where you'll be saying, well, we need to continue to do something to the site because you can't leave it as it is. It's just a demolished site. there's a sort of unknown question of what happens if you reach that point. Your approach to the conditions is that you assume that everything is essentially going to be built.
Yeah, because there's a realistic prospect, more than realistic prospect, that the junction can be built.
I suppose really, into that grey area of just how much one needs to know. Anyway, I don't need to ask any more about it. And we can put that plan to one side, you'll be glad to know. But hopefully, near to it is a plan I thought would be useful to pick out, which is A27. Now, I just to make sure I've got this right, electronically, I'm hoping that comes out as 995, but I'm grateful if you would confirm they're looking at the same one. That
800.01.
Yeah, hopefully that comes out as the same. Now this is one that's got 5 diagrams on with swept paths, but partly I wanted to use this as a useful reference point for dealing with the safety issues that Mr. Henderson has identified. And if one needs to go to other plans, obviously do say, but what it obviously helps identify is the particular locations of the concerns that have been raised. Can I start with some general points, which is obviously the study of this junction has happened for some time now. It is a constrained space, isn't it? Particularly, for instance, number 71, Ongar Road, prevents you changing the way the junction works towards the southeast. I mean, that's just
it's
one of the restrictions.
Very typical of an urban situation.
Yeah. And I suppose you say it's typical, but it does mean you don't. It's not that there's a way of easing the way that the junction is built or shifting it. The space you've got here is constrained by the built environment around it. Yeah, thank you. If I then move to the points of the specific concern, and I'll use the list in the order of which Mr. Henderson did, so you're familiar in the sense the ones you were talking about earlier. The first one he identifies is about the parking issue. Now, as a general point, it's outside number 76 and I suppose 72, 74, and it's near North House, but it's not something that the road safety audits that you commissioned have picked up, is it? It's not mentioned by them. Which, in terms of a road safety issue, it's a surprising omission, isn't it? Even if the answer might be the one that you've given, it should still be flagged.
But it might have been that the vehicle wasn't parked on the footway when the auditor was on site.
So the
vehicle shouldn't be parked on the footway in that location.
But it's a frequent occurrence, and you can see it in the photographs and people who visit it. I mean, it's parking outside those premises has been going on for some time, and you can see it on Google Earth. I mean, it's been over years.
Well, it should be enforced against them, especially if this is a priority 1 county road. It should be enforced against.
But that's a separate issue from saying is there an issue, and they've missed it. But in terms of mitigation, it's not something they've picked up even now, is it?
The safety auditors that we've commissioned?
Yeah.
No.
Or indeed in the stage 2 design, and there's nothing in that.
No.
And it appears, and having looked at the stage 2 design, we'll go to it, needs to be, but the ones that you were commissioned were not referred to the County Council's safety audits, not even the stage 2 one. There's no mention of them as a document being considered.
No, I don't think it was available.
But even the earlier ones, the 8284, sort of the earlier...
I wasn't aware that Essex had commissioned a safety audit. I was being fed piecemeal snippets from, I think Essex were referring to them as internal safety colleagues. I was never given a full copy of an Essex safety audit.
Okay, so yeah, in a sense, you almost have 2 silos then, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. In terms, though, of where we are now, the stage 2 that's been produced, is meant to be what's going to be built, isn't it? It's not, I wouldn't expect any further alterations to it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's still got to go through the technical approval process with Essex engineers. The stage 2 safety audit is on the scheme that is now before Essex for technical approval. There is another stage. There are other stages of safety audit.
Yeah, that happens once it's built. Other stages.
Yeah, normally, yes.
And so, I mean, I think you've commented as well, it's unusual to have a stage 2 at this stage before, I suppose, stage 1 has been settled, approved.
It's unusual to do detailed design at this stage, yeah.
Yeah. Is that because you're in a rush to get this thing through? I mean, because you want to try and do it in parallel?
No, it's because I wanted to give the inquiry as much information as possible.
So, I just see where I get to. The stage 2 that you've produced, is it sort of almost like an informal one? You're not expecting that to be the one that's approved. It's obviously not the one the inspector has to consider. Is that correct, as you understand?
Not at all, no. It's done by a reputable safety auditing company who they were given the previous safety audits that we've commissioned on the scheme. They had previous knowledge of the scheme from their stage 1 safety audit. This was the next iteration of the design, having picked up on all the stage 1 comments that they made. So it's really down to Essex as to whether they want to accept it or not as part of the technical approval process.
But as you have heard from Mr. Henderson, even leaving aside the points he's picked up, there are some inconsistencies within the drawings. I mean, it's not really the final product.
There's one inconsistency, I think, which is a lighting column. And that's because the street lighting design, unfortunately, used a previous revision of the GA with the tactile paving on the crossing on the south side of the site's access, slightly further south. So that got relocated. But I don't think it's certainly not material, that discrepancy between the street lighting and design and the rest of the design package. And it's certainly not something that would lead the safety auditor to conclude that there was a safety issue with the scheme.
Okay. Well, then let's turn to the issues that, as you know, Mr. Henderson considers have not been resolved. I could ask you, though, in general terms, but if needs be, we can obviously turn the document up. So do say if you want to do that.
Ms. Henderson's.
Ms. Henderson's rebuttal appendix might be the useful resource. So let's use that as the reference point. So his rebuttal proof took the form of a revision to his first appendix. So we'll see some further points as well. But and I was just going to deal with the problems which the ones identified as not being able to be addressed later. So, and those are the ones we've been concentrating on. But and New North House and number 76 comes as identified as problem 8.3 in terms of his referencing. And this is the point about number 76 and New North House. Let's deal with them separately. Number 76, 72, 74, is understanding you don't put forward, and it's correct to say you, isn't it? Because you're the designer in this respect. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So you've suggested it's simply an enforcement issue. I don't understand you to be putting forward any sort of engineering solution. Correct? No changing to what's located where or bollards or anything?
No, I haven't. I think it would be more difficult for any vehicle to actually get onto the footway in that location, given the presence of signal poles and push-button poles, because of the signalised junction. But if there is still a way on, then maybe we could consider an additional street bollard or two. But
Have you had discussions with those shops though? I mean, they active, obviously being used, sort of the hairdressers, the pizzas we had in the kebab shop. I mean, some of the takeaways, people coming and going, some of the vehicles being left there.
yeah, well, there's going to be 126 spaces on the little car park, so there's plenty of parking available if the site gets approved.
But not for permanent use by people of these shops.
No, not for them.
No.
No.
Somebody, okay, that issue obviously is fairly shortly dealt with. But the new North House one, we can see where the stop line is. And as I say, this is useful just to have this particular drawing. But as Mr. Henderson identified, the keep clear that you've now suggested would basically be almost on top of the stop line. Somewhat confusing arrangement, isn't it, for basic people coming in and out, but also people using North Road?
I've seen it before. I have seen it before in tight urban situations. I don't think it's ideal either. It's a solution. If it's a material concern still to Essex through the technical approval process, then it is a solution. I don't think it's very different the situation that we've got at the moment, which is a giveaway line for a mini roundabout, very close to the exit from that very small car park.
But you're not having people held at the stop line and someone trying to come in and out with a traffic signal I presume they can't really see from when they're reversing. I mean, you're
We shouldn't be
creating
reversing onto the public highway anyway.
Sorry.
Shouldn't be reversing onto the public highway, but it's not the kind of issue that I believe is worthy of as much concern as Ian Henderson has given it. It's the frequency of movement in and out of that tiny car park, New North House, must be incredibly low.
Well, I understand the frequency is something that refers to other points as well, but if you're creating a situation which, let's put it this way, it's a dangerous situation. You're creating people trying to stop at red lights and trying to reverse and get in and out of their property. That's not a safe situation, is it?
You could argue we're making it safer in a way because we've got an all-red stage. At the moment, it's a mini roundabout with free-flowing traffic.
Well, obviously something to be considered on the side as well, but okay. Good point. I'm not going to dwell on it. The next one is obviously quite helpful in terms of this drawing about the stacking of vehicles and the space that would or wouldn't be allowed within the right-hand turn. Now, this is problem 8.5, and can I start with some basics? I mean, the sort of usable space within this right-hand turn is essentially between where it's sort of 3 metres wide, and you wouldn't normally include the taper in the consideration of that, would you, in terms of where cars are going to dwell, because they might start interfering with other traffic streams if they're basically paused within the tapered areas.
I think it's perfectly usable space. We've shown two large Jaguar S-types.
Well, I
in
know it shows
pocket.
ambition, but
Yeah. But if we were to show medium-sized saloon cars in there, you would easily be able to fit 3 cars in that pocket and still allow buses or HGVs to go past.
yeah, I mean, I know this comes back to obviously a disagreement between us, but I mean the way you've chosen to show it is with 2 passenger car units and not 3, and you haven't, despite all our concerns, attempted to try and show 3 squeezed in there, have you? I mean, it's not a safe way of planning.
I think I did, on one previous situation, show 3 cars, and Essex responded to say they were too short. So I went forward with a larger saloon car instead. But no, I mean a car is not 3 metres wide. 2 metres wide max.
But
1.8 probably more like it.
people's
But
comfortable space they can use on the road will assume that, won't they? It's similar to the width of the road they're coming from.
yeah,
Anyway,
it's not a material issue. And, you know, at the moment, you've got a mini roundabout and everyone going northbound has to be prepared to give way to anybody turning right. Right turning traffic is going to stop northbound ahead traffic. Under a green signal, you'll probably get less of that happening for northbound traffic.
but obviously we're dealing with what would be proposed. I don't quite understand your comparison with a mini roundabout which doesn't have store traffic on it. Surely that's not a fair comparison.
It's exactly the right comparison because it's the existing situation. And if the concern is about northbound traffic being blocked, then A, you've got the fact that it has to give way to right turning traffic. B, you've got the fact that at the moment it does get blocked by a bus in the bus lay-by. And neither of those circumstances, I think, are realistic under our solution to this site access.
Okay, well, I hear what you say, but we're not talking about the mini roundabout, we're talking about your particular layout here. I just wanted to pick up this point about the yellow box. I know it seems simple, but you couldn't have a yellow box in these right turn lanes marked in the same way, could you? I mean, it's got to be one or the other.
No, of course you could. Of course you could. You could easily just put a yellow box on the southbound lane, just on the ahead lane, just on the through lane. It happens all over the country. You just mark out what you need to mark out. I think I showed one solution to Essex, which was the whole of the junction marked out with a yellow box. But there's complete flexibility here. It's up to the designer and the approving authority to decide which is the most critical movement. If it's just the southbound flow, and the northbound flow isn't of concern to them, then don't put a yellow box on the northbound movement. Just do it on the southbound ahead lane. And the right turn markings can remain. They could be combined, yellow box and right turn lanes.
Well,
Extremely common.
as we're taking it in stages, firstly, as you say, you've only ever shown it with a whole yellow box in this particular situation. Secondly, you're suggesting, say, something that would confuse me as a driver, but that may just be a one-off example, but sort of that partially you're invited into the right lane, turning lane, to pause and wait. It has a yellow box on it, which surely is almost an invitation not to come in unless you can drive all the way through.
No, the yellow box is on the southbound through lane. There's no yellow box on the right turn lane at all. There's no yellow box for any northbound traffic. It's just on the southbound through lane. And it's just exactly how Stantec modelled it. They assumed that there would be an area marked with the usual yellow cross-hatching on the southbound lane, which would prevent vehicles from blocking the junction and blocking right turners into Lidl.
Anyway, I took a slight detour there in terms of problems, but it was related to the right turn markings. If I could come back to the issues identified, we then have 8.6, which is the point about the swept paths, and I suppose there are two issues that seem to be outstanding here. Firstly, that well, I suppose to check if there are two issues. The way in which it's modelled, and it shows that the right turning, coming out and going right, is likely to pass over part of the stop line of the carriageway on the other side. I mean, that's...
The left turning.
Sorry, the left turning. I'm quite right. I'm getting my rights and lefts wrong way around. Is the best case, isn't it? Where you're trying to model what you hope a driver could do. But if there's any sort of less than good driving, they're likely to have to use more road space.
If there's one thing I know from my experience of swept path assessments, a driver is way better than any CAD technician. So yes, I mean this does show the cab slightly clipping the stop line, just like that drawing in Traffic Signs Manual Chapter 6. It's a tight urban situation, but there's room there. The cab could have pulled slightly further forward. We're only talking one or two a day. We're probably talking about little servicing the store during quiet periods of the network. I'm not sure if they're allowed to do it overnight. Pretty sure they're not, given noise constraints, but they could logistically easily choose to service when the store's closed, or certainly open but quiet. And that's when they would choose to do, or when the network's quiet, because logistically it makes no sense for them to A, deliver during peak hours, and B, deliver when the store is at its busiest.
But you accept, in terms of what we should be assessing, one has to look at the, so it might call it the worst case, the reasonable worst case, and that has to assume that you can design the junction safely, that if they do arrive in peak hours, that it works.
Yeah, I'm convinced it will.
Yeah, and so just saying, oh, well, they won't arrive in peak hours, means you're not actually assessing the right thing. We do need to consider it in this way with potential peak hour traffic and these sweat paths.
Yep.
Yes,
Well, which is
thank
what
you.
we've done.
And as I say, then the second point I wanted to ask you about was, of course, the standards one should consider applies in this location. And as I understand it, your concern is that there would be over-engineering from the Essex County Council's approach to apply the sort of the standard that would be expected by DMRB, that you should not have this arrangement. And I'm doing it in shorthand, but do you accept you're looking basically for a lowering of that standard?
Not at all. I don't understand where this is coming from in this regard at all. We've got 3 metre wide lanes on every single approach to the junction where there are multiple lanes. I think there's one comment that Mrs. Gore makes about the horizontal curvature through the junction going northbound, and the fact that the hatching hasn't been developed symmetrically on either side of the centre line. But the deviation for traffic going northbound is no worse than it is at the moment on Domini roundabout. And the speeds are low. It's a 30-mile-an-hour road. There's no risk of HGVs overturning, or of loss of control accidents, or of cars riding up onto the footway. It's just not going to happen. So I don't understand where Essex are coming from in this regard at all.
Well, that's not what I quite had understood, and I want to just explore it a little bit more. That partly what you do in a rebuttal is you refer the inspector to the Manual for Streets diagram that shows that for a residential street, this arrangement could be seen as acceptable. I mean, that's essentially how it's Manual for Streets, but it does suggest in certain circumstances that sort of arrangement could be suitable in urban areas with low speeds. I mean, that's...
So which diagram are you?
Sorry, in your rebuttal proof, you kindly extract, so we don't have to go all the way into the document itself, so just under your paragraph 2.7.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's
yes,
the diagram. Yeah, and so I'll put my question again. It's, as I understand it, you're basically suggesting that that sort of arrangement, which has been put in indeed the traffic signs manual, and cross-referred to in the Manual for Streets too, is a situation that could apply within urban areas and low speed, even though DMRB would not suggest that's an appropriate approach.
Yes, I'm glad you said it was the traffic signs manual, not Manual for Streets, because that is where it's from.
Yep.
But yes, it's a perfectly appropriate solution. The traffic signs manual says at 1.7.3, in regard to traffic signals, in the past, the design philosophy for traffic signals has tended to prioritise the movement of motor traffic, with other road users in consideration of the wider street environment taking second place. In places, this has led to junctions that are over-engineered for the location and which provide a lower level of service for pedestrians and cyclists. There's been considerable shift in street design in recent years, with an increasing focus on place over movement, particularly in urban areas. the advice in this chapter takes its lead from the Manual for Streets and Manual for Streets 2, which include a hierarchy of provision, putting pedestrians at the top and motor traffic at the bottom, while recognising that the primary function of traffic signals is to control vehicular traffic. This type of approach is likely to be more suitable for dense urban areas.
Yeah.
Traffic Signs Manual, Chapter 6, 1.7.
Yeah. Which comes back to the point that that, I suppose, encouragement, you might say, in the document for be sort of fairly neutral, being more generous into what's allowed in urban areas, does assume that you are then applying a different standard in urban areas than the one you would apply in more heavily trafficked, wider open spaces, if I put it that way. If you were applying DMRB, you wouldn't take that approach.
I think if you're applying DMRB and if the site was generating dozens of HGV movements per day, then yes, you would design the site access with a 10-metre radius, for example. You design the site to make sure that HGVs, every single time they leave the site, could exit without overrunning opposing lanes. But that's, that would be for, say, a B8 distribution site or something where you've got dozens of HGV movements per hour even, or certainly per day. But
Yep.
here, it would be completely the wrong approach to take.
I understand why you take the approach, but I wanted to establish, of course, that you're basically saying that one should adopt a different approach. And as you know, the County Council has said, well, this has still got to be treated as an A road and main distributor, and therefore a higher standard should apply than might be the one suggested by Traffic Signs Manual for residential and urban areas. You should be looking for a higher standard.
That's their position. I don't agree with it at all.
Yeah. But on your approach, then the fact that this is a main distributor road doesn't affect this design point then?
It doesn't affect it in this regard, no. It's not something that we should consider, given the low volume of HGV movement that we would be generating in and out of the site, and given the benefits that we can make to pedestrians and vulnerable road users if we increase footway widths, if we tighten curb radii, if we don't over-engineer it.
Well, so obviously a difference between you and the County Council, but their approach, of course, is that even with the predicted twice a day when this could occur, one needs to plan for it to be done safely.
Yeah, and it can be done safely. I'm convinced it can be done safely. This isn't the only Lidl in an urban situation in the UK.
Obviously, we have to deal with what's in front of us, and that includes the evidence. I won't dwell on it, we have the point. The next one is about the phasing of the traffic signals. It's a problem 8.7 in the RSA that was done by Mr. Henderson and his team. And I know this has been well canvassed, and we have the drawings about how people could drive through this junction. But as I understand it, your view that this sort of stagger to the junction, the fact that the lining up of people coming from North Road with the exit from the Lidl site is not of concern to you. I put it as bold as that?
As bold as that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But, and maybe this is one of those great if questions, isn't it? Even you, if the traffic flows between these two side arms was higher, then you would have 4 stages in your traffic signal design.
No, not necessarily. No, the traffic flows were way higher on Ongar Road, north and southbound, and there's never any suggestion from me and Henderson that those 2 roads should be separately staged.
But people aren't trying to turn across each other, are they, if on the main road?
So are they trying to turn right across the southbound flow and right across the northbound flow?
For which
still,
you've provided right turn lanes which don't exist if people are doing these side movements.
but it's still gap acceptance. It's still that issue that Mr. Henderson referred to. That is the case for northbound and southbound right turners. They've got to assess whether they got enough of a gap to make that turn, and it would be exactly the same with the east and west bound traffic.
Well, I'm just trying to I think one goes with that.
The
but-
flows are very low. The level of amount of time they've got to consider whether it's safe to turn is more than sufficient. It's not a safety concern at all to stage them together.
But that also is the extra factor, isn't it, is the level of traffic on the network, is the level of congestion, which was other Mr. Henderson's concerns, that one can't just see this as a sort of abstract, just the flows from the north, from North Road and from Liddell. They were also having to cope with trying to find gaps in the traffic and spaces to go into. And it's not, unless it is staged separately, going to be, put this way, safe for them to use this junction.
I don't understand that point at all. If the traffic on Ongar Road is congested or slow moving, then if you're turning right out of North Road, you're going to be moving slowly as well. And if you're turning left out of this Liddell site, you're going to be moving slowly. So it's even safer.
But I know it was put to you that, well, it might be that, for instance, the HGV wouldn't move or cars wouldn't move, that there is that space, there is that range of times, isn't it, where it's so congested you can't move. Obviously then everyone's faced the same problem, it's not going to change. But when it's looking for gaps, when it's trying to find, be it you're frustrated waiting for things, you try looking for places where you can fit through, that is when it starts getting more difficult, and that would affect the way one would look at the way a junction operates. There's a question there.
Possibly. Is that a question, sorry?
No, it was a question, yeah. Would you agree that that would affect how you would design the junction if part of the way people are using the junction depends on them finding gaps?
Well, yeah, that's part of the capacity assessment that you run when you're testing a junction, when you look at the combination of turning movements, and if there's any evidence from that capacity assessment that a right turner, for example, which is opposed by the ahead and the left movement, can't get through in the time period or is waiting for too long and queue forms back behind it, then you've got to consider separately staging it. But we haven't got that evidence here at all. The flows are light, there's no queues back from it, there's no delays for the right turners. It's just not going to happen, so there's no need to separately stage them.
Yeah. But one option you can't have here, obviously, is providing the sort of turning lanes, because there isn't the space to do it for both streams of traffic. If you're on the side roads, there isn't the option of putting in extra road markings to assist them.
There is the option of putting in extra road markings. You could do it. I think it would be look horrendous. I think it would look horrendous. I think that'd be over-engineering as well.
Agreed on
but
that, yeah.
It's possible to do. I've seen situations where, you can almost put a triangular piece of paint on the road in front of the stop line to divert traffic slightly left if there is a slight kink in the head movement. You could do that here. It would be almost like keeping the existing painted triangle for the mini roundabout on the road, but I don't think it's necessary.
Fair enough. Right. Can I then just briefly deal with, there was mention of what the green signals have now put forward in terms of their more detailed design of a stage for the right turners, if I could put it that way, for Ongar Road, in addition to sort of the normal stage of being ahead. And I think it was, there was a phrase that was used, wouldn't be routine, it was demand-based, I think was the...
Yeah.
Yeah. That's can I just be clear, I suppose, as much as anything, that's not something that's been modelled. It's neither the 3-stage that's been modelled nor the 4-stage that's been suggested. It's somewhere in between.
Yeah, it hasn't been modelled as a separate stage, but in my view, the likelihood of it being called is extremely low. But it's a safety feature that the signal designer has decided to build into the signal plan. And I agree with him. Yeah, it's an additional level of comfort to make sure that if on occasion, very remote occasions, there is right turning traffic still within the junction after the on-the road stage, that arrow will release it and make sure it clears the junction before anyone enters it from the side roads. But I don't think you'll see it being called often, if ever.
Yeah, I just wanted to check. There's nothing, so there are no numbers one can put on it. So, yeah. I think I can move to the remaining outstanding point in this particular appendix, which is to do with buses. It's problem 8.9. Now, I wasn't quite sure where we'd ended up in terms of what is being suggested. Is it that you accept that there is this potential conflict, but what you're suggesting is going to be better than there is at the moment? Or is it you don't think this problem exists at all?
I don't think it exists. I don't know what Ian Henderson is looking at.
Well, as he has explained, but well, I'm sure you've probably seen as well, more than one bus may go to the bus stop, but equally where they pause is to be lined up with the, that's right, this particular phrase, the castle curbing will dictate where people, the buses will line themselves up with. And that's not something well, it can be seen on the ground, but it's not something you have particularly taken account of. You've just looked at the bus cage, haven't you?
I have, yes. I have.
But if, as Mr. Henderson has set out, and it's his last column against 8.9, firstly the numerous bus services, but secondly the buses are aligning in a way that they will be protruding over the bus cage area, then the all nicely illustrated diagrams of swept paths will actually lead to conflict with the buses. That's correct, isn't it, in terms of what one sees on the ground?
And what one sees on the ground at the moment is a narrow Ongar road, and yes, large vehicles can't pass a stationary bus because of the southbound flow of traffic. So large vehicles at the moment block the northbound movement. We're widening Ongar Road considerably on the northern side of the junction and providing a head and left lane southbound, a right turn lane, a full right turn lane for North Road, which is way longer than it needs to be for the demand. So that could be hatched out. In fact, the whole of that could be hatched out if necessary. And there's some hatching, and then there's a northbound through lane of 3 metres, and then there's the bus cage. I can't see there being any incidents of a northbound HGV not being able to get through.
So just quickly, you're not suggesting any changes to your layout?
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
If Essex, in the technical approval process, want to explore the location of the castle curbing and suggest moving it further north to improve the alignment or the positioning of the bus in the bus cage, I'm sure we can look at that.
But you see, that the trouble is we're sat here as we are trying to make a decision. As you can see, the County Council's view is it should be resolved now, not some later discussion in detailed design. That's the problem, is you can't just kick the can down the road on this one.
No, but we've got the application of the bus cage on the ground. We know the bus is going to position itself within that bus cage, and there's room for manoeuvre, quite literally. I don't think that's a material safety concern at all, and I don't know why Mr. Henderson has raised it and continues to raise it as an outstanding problem.
Well, I can see your point. We are going to disagree. Now, that leaves a few other points that Mr. Henderson has raised. Now, some overlap, and I know it was Ways discussed when he gave evidence that similar points about the stacking space in the lanes, and I don't need to come back to that. But there was a particular one that he raised about the effect, this is problem 6.2, of sort of heavy queuing traffic, as he put it. Now, that, I presume, comes back to this point about how one approaches this junction. Audit 8284 picked it up, and fortunately problem numbers remain the same, so 6.2.
6.2.
It's within, well, there are several places to find it. One would be Ms. Henderson's appendices. The other is within the document 8732. Fortunately, with the RSAs, the problem numbers that Ms. Henderson used remain consistent. And you may recall he had his list in his summary. And this is the further point to this rebuttal proof. So, yes, let's just identify where it is. So I suppose the easiest thing is within tab J.
It's in its brief, section 6.6 and following.
Yeah, it would be a, well, as I say, there's several ways of finding it. Thank you.
Paragraph 6.6.
Yeah. And yes, as you'll see there, 6.6, it refers back to the RSA, which has reference 8284. And the problem numbers, fortunately, remain consistent, and it's 6.2. And you'll find that within the RSAs.
I don't think I have got the right document, sorry.
Do you have his proof? Is that sufficient, or do you need, if you want to go into the audit itself, what would you prefer? I can give you either reference.
So I'm in F.
So in his proof, and I think, no, I've got his summary numbers.
35.
Give you a moment for the F number. Mr. Henderson's F3.2, no, F3.1 is the reference. Hopefully there's a hyperlink. But,
Well, I've got 8732, reference 6.2.
well, that's the other way of finding it. So within 8732, there is section 6. If you're, so I think the inspector's within the proof, but it sounds like you're within the RSA document.
That, so we can see what we're on about. That'd be easier. I don't think we necessarily need to see it in the flesh, so to speak. Sick board to the start of what we're there.
Yep.
Yeah, we now got the right document. Thank you. As you will recall, this is a problem that was identified in one of the earlier RSAs, and it's about the stop-start nature of the signals, and I suppose this comes back to the level of congestion as to it being a problem. In a less congested area it wouldn't be, but here, as indeed the photographs in the RSA show, it is an existing problem. Because it comes back to introducing signals, isn't it, really? There's a central difference between you and Mr. Henderson about how safe this arrangement is going to be.
Yeah, there's a massive difference. Yeah, but any junction, not necessarily signals, any junction. Yeah. Mini roundabout.
Right. I suppose just as a general point, it comes back to, isn't it, the decision to introduce a signalised junction to serve this site rather than using the existing access where there wouldn't have been signals.
Yeah, I don't agree that there wouldn't be signals at all for the use of the existing access. There would need to be, I'm convinced, a signalised crossing to accommodate the demand for pedestrian traffic between the town centre and the site. That wasn't modelled in Stantec's VISIM, and yet I think it's got to be an essential part of any scheme which uses the existing access. Yeah. And I don't think that controlled crossings and mini roundabouts work well together.
Yeah, but as I suppose it needs to flag it because it's obviously because it's supposed, you would say it's part of. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is your approach essentially, but as soon as you have a signalised junction, it is part of this introduction. It obviously has advantages, but one disadvantage would be the problem identified here of the stop-start nature of the signals in a congested area.
Well, when the lights are on green, you'll just be going. So northbound, you won't be having to stop at all. There'll be much less in the way of stop-starting with a signal that's on green than there is when you're approaching a mini roundabout and you're having to consider whether you're going to be opposed by right turning traffic or not. You've got to give way. But yeah, when the light's on red, you've got to stop. But the advantage of that is you can let other traffic through and you can let pedestrians across.
I don't need to take that further. I don't think I need to take the other issues on the safety side. Obviously, there are further points we can make, but that's more for submission. So can I leave that for the moment, and there are a series of documents I just need to put to one side and move to the point about the impact on the network. Now, need to, I suppose, check where we are in terms of the numbers that we're using. As I understand it, and I know this is a general point, so I may not be able to take it as quickly as this. We are still relying on two particular VISIM models of the network, the one done by Stantec, the one done by yourself. And points such as about the level of traffic growth, for instance, in your surveys in 2022, are really a way of saying how robust those models are. They haven't changed the numbers that have gone into the model.
No, they haven't. No.
And for instance, this point about whether there's more traffic that goes on Sawyers Lane or not, again, this doesn't change the modelling, it's just how robust we might consider the results to be. I was grateful because there's quite a lot of discussion about 2022, and I just want to deal with that as a discrete point, but it obviously starts from the point, it doesn't obviously affect the numbers we're looking at. It just perhaps affects what weight we attach to them. But in terms of where matters stood when you did your surveys in 2022, clearly there's a noticeable reduction in traffic, and one can debate where that may have come from. But firstly, as I understand it, that doesn't change the traffic flows you would ask the inspector to consider in terms of 2024, the opening of the store, as the way it's been assessed in the transport assessment or in these models.
No, I think it's a consideration to look at the way in which traffic flows have changed. They have undoubtedly changed across the country. I know people that have never gone back to working in the office. So yeah, peak hour traffic is very different. But yeah, before the inquiry, you've got three things now. You've got my Vision model with 30% new. You've got the Stantec Vision modelling with 70% new. Both of those across the whole network. And then you've got my Linsig modelling based on 2018 survey data with flows that were way higher than even Stantec modelled in their Vision. In the PM peak at the site access, I've got nearly 1,900 as a total junction inflow, and they've got 1,560. So the flows that I tested, and that are before the inquiry because of the transport assessment results, were way more robust at the site access, which is, I think, the key point that Essex need to focus on, than Stantec have tested. And just for the sake of robustness, we looked at what would happen if we added 70% of Lidl's traffic as completely new to the whole network, which I think is completely unrealistic, for the purpose of the Stantec Vision modelling undertaken through the mediation process.
Yeah, I mean, I'll come back to that, but I just thought the starting point was quite important in terms of the numbers that were being put forward. And for instance, when Mrs. Gore refers to what National DFT has produced in terms of most recent numbers, suggesting traffic levels are back up to where they were before the pandemic, and obviously we don't know what the next set of numbers may produce, but for the purposes of what we're judging today, we have to assume that traffic growth is likely to continue as modelled in your transport assessment before the pandemic.
Well, I think it's taken a big step back, and I'm not sure how it's going to grow into the future. If the two things, Mrs. Gore's evidence, I didn't think showed that traffic has recovered. Certainly not during the weekday, the working week. I think we're still at DFT. We're still saying 91% or so of pre-COVID levels, and that's pretty much what I recorded in the 2022 ATC data for the morning peak. There's a second thing as well.
No, I was just making a general point about when we come to look at the numbers, I suppose it comes back to how robust something is, but if we're assuming store opening in, 2024, maybe a bit optimistic now, but the one thing we have not done is gone back and recalculate the numbers that were in the transport assessment in order to assess what is a likely result.
Because it wouldn't be a more robust test. I think that what you've got in the transport assessment is the most robust test you could have of that site access. And especially, that's my second point, if fuel prices are likely to have an influence on whether you choose to drive or not to a food store, which Mrs. Gore is suggesting they will, and if the cost of living crisis continues, then I can't see how traffic growth will be significant in this area.
Yeah, let's say I just wanted to check because I don't think I need to go into 2022 further than it's already been discussed as a result. But can we go to the transport assessment document? It's there's a couple of points arise from that. Now, this is where I need to make sure we are electronically on the same page. In the bundle of planning application documents, tab A, I hope we'll find the transport assessment as A5 as a document, which starts at page 140. end up at the same.
It's just buffering. Yep.
And this is document I see it's prepared by you, obviously, and a lot of the fundamental figures are agreed, so I'm not going to go into them. I wanted to pick up this point about, obviously, the 70-30 split, the primary and secondary trips, I think, as we decided, was the best way of referring to it. And within the work that was done here, we have a section regarding the, I suppose, the information as was known, and comes, it's fair to say, I'm flicking through too quickly. I had it a moment ago. Your page 30, I think, deals with the proposed food store trips, and electronically 169, though I see why you add one to that, 170. So paragraph 6.12, proposed food store trip types is where it starts. Are we in the same place? Sorry, I only paused to make sure everyone's in the same place. Now you start 6.12. Now you start this section referring to the Tricks Research Report, which we've been referred to today, the 14/1 in its discussion. 6.13 then sets out the research reports that are available, and again that's something that's repeated in your proof. And then 6.14, the point about general consensus from the stores. Those stores located in town centres or on commuter routes will experience higher levels of pass-by and interlinked trips. And then 6.15, you say, in the light of this research, and that's, I presume, both Tricks and those reports, and given the scale of the study, the following trip type assumptions have been made. And you then say new primary trips have been seen as 70%, entirely new to the local highway network. Now, and then pass-by diverted link trips being... Well, I'm very happy for him to rely on that as well. It's perfectly fine. But the I was skimming just to make sure we have the right point. That 70 and the 30, and as you might point out, you've said at that point, very robust assumption, and that then feeds its way into the figures you did at that stage. The local highway network, at the stage where you were doing your transport assessment, that wasn't sort of as defined as it is, and it's the VISIM that we now have, which has very clearly defined it as a set of streets local to its assessment of your site. But the local highway network, I suppose, in terms of what you're looking in terms of the transport assessment, would go wider than just Ongar Road and Wilson's Corner. I mean, you were thinking wider than that? I just wanted to clarify.
No, that's why I said, given the scale of the study area, because I just wanted to focus on the site access and on William Hunter Way. I didn't want to go any further than that. So, because as I said before, I think Brentwood Town Centre is going to be the main draw for people with a retail purpose or personal business. And so to take it as far as Wilson's Corner, I think is excessive. So I wanted to just focus on that small section of Brentwood, site access, pure site access to William Hunter Way. So because of that, I've tested it extremely robustly, this 70% of little traffic being new, to that relatively short section of highway. If it was a wider area, you'd reduce it way down for a discount food store in a town centre which is already served by a huge open A1 food store.
Okay, but as we, that's helpful because obviously one can see what the Stantec report did as opposed to what you were doing here. But the one other point I wanted to pick out from this report comes on page 5, which is electronically page 144. It's in the executive summary, but I couldn't specifically find it elsewhere.
So page,
So within the document itself, it's page 5. Within the electronics, it's 144, the pagination. And it's when you start reading little Roman numbers, the executive summary. Yeah. I hope we're on the same page. And I was looking at traffic flows and capacity assessment, and it's little Roman 3. And it goes through to little Roman 6. Well, this is where reference is made to Colne and Chorley stores as some comparables. And I suppose the question I wanted to check is that no reliance was placed in the transport assessment on what their split of primary and secondary trips are. They were referred to here because the survey is done about the levels of traffic before and after the store opening. Well, that's why they're in here, isn't it?
yeah, I didn't place any reliance on that. I didn't say to Essex, you're not going to see any uplift in traffic on Unger Road. All I'm going to do is take traffic on and off it to match the trip generation, peak hour trip generation very little. And there'd be no net uplift. I didn't do that, even though I could have done,
Well,
given the evidence of these two stores and many others around the country.
you're anticipating my question because, of course, partly on that, because that approach would be saying, well, it's like you wouldn't notice it because if you're taking up the slack. That's not your point, is it? I mean, that's not what you're relying upon.
I'm not relying on that, no.
No, thank you. So the analysis, of course, and what the Vision models have gone on to look at is that on the immediate network there can be an impact, even if in the wider picture of the streets it's the same level of traffic overall. It's when you get down to the more local roads that
when
you
you
can have
get
an
down
impact.
to detail and focus on the actual area, yeah, you want some kind of level of robustness, not just for the highway authority, but for the operator as well. They need to be sure that they can get their customers in and out.
Yeah. And in terms of those Colne stores and the, the Chorley one, there's no reliance placed upon what split of primary and secondary trips they've experienced. That's not something we need to trouble ourselves with.
No, it's just evidence to show that in similar locations, the level of uplift in traffic that we've tested is not likely to occur.
Okay. I think I can leave the transport assessment to one side. I wanted to go to another transport assessment extract, and it's been referred to a lot about Chelmsford. Now, in terms of this, we'll need to go to Mrs. Gore's appendices. So I'm afraid we're skipping into a different section. It's section F. To just check I've got the right appendix. I wrote it down. Of course, I've managed to. I was trying to read a screen too quickly. I thought it was 24 and it isn't.
Is it F2.11?
Thank you.
F2.11.
Yes, it's HG9 in terms of the appendices, and in our electronic ones, it's document F2.11 as suggested, and that is electronically 279. You'll get the front page of the appendix, and the actual document comes, the extract is 281 and 282. And I understand this site was at appeal this year, is right? So we're looking at
It's ongoing. It's been adjourned Yeah.
Right. But in terms of, I suppose all I wanted to say, it's a current assessment. I'm not looking
Yes.
for more specific than that. Yeah.
Yep.
And I know it's got SCP on it. I don't know if you yourself were also involved in preparing this.
I did, yes.
Yeah. So what I wanted to just check, and one has this at 281 and 282. I'm going to make a broad point, see if I got this right. It appears to be relying on the same reports, indeed the same wording in what you have there as 6.9, and then 611 says, in the light of this research and given the scale of the study, the following trip type assumptions have been made, and takes 70-30, and doesn't use the phrase being very robust. But it's the same analysis and research that was available there that led to the same conclusion of 70-30, isn't it?
Yeah, again, because the focus was just on the site access and the neighbouring roundabout junction. But there was something else going on at the time as well. It was the fact that we were preparing this just after the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Couldn't do any traffic surveys, had to rely on historic surveys, agreed with Essex what we should do with that data, and then agreed with Essex that to be robust, we'd test it with 70% of Lidl's traffic as being new to the network. Since that time, we've done ATC surveys along Chelmer Village Way, and the flows are lower than they were previously.
But I suppose that's a reflection of, I suppose, the flows, but in terms of what the store traffic might represent in terms of primary and secondary trips, that was your clear conclusion this year as well.
Yeah, for the sake of being robust, I looked at 70% in the immediate vicinity of the site access as being new to the network. Yeah, that's true.
Mr. Buddy, obviously in this appeal, having taken the same approach and the same evidence, you've now shifted to saying that it should be a split of 30 to 70, but there's no further research that's led to that conclusion, is there?
Well, there's evidence from post-opening surveys to show that it should be even less.
But you knew about that when you wrote the transport assessment, as we saw, so nothing's changed other than the fact that 70-30 doesn't fit. I mean, that's the only factual change that's happened.
70-30 is not a reasonable basis on which to look at the wider area network, including Wilson's Corner. The Stantec Vision model wasn't developed for testing allocated site R15 in isolation. It was developed to test the local plan, Brentwood local plan, not just site R15. So there's no suggestion that that study area that Stantec have derived with Essex supporting it, or certainly involved in the process, was necessary just for site R15. It was to consider the wide implications of the whole of the local plan, most of which is residential, most of which, as a result, will generate new trips in the peak hour.
No, forgive me, can I limit my question to this trip generation split? That having taken an approach of 70-30, you explained the transport assessment for this case, and then as explained for a similar size store in Chelmsford for this year, the same, you've suddenly switched to 30-70, but there's no evidential reason to do that, is it? There's nothing you put forward that shows that.
Well, there's plenty of research to show that stores of the nature of a Lidl discount food store, the size of a Lidl discount food store, will have much more in the way of pass-by traffic than new in the peak hour. Plenty of evidence for it. Some of it is quite historic, some of it's much more recent. The TRICS 14.1 report certainly shows that town centre located convenience type food stores are going to have a high level of pass-by traffic. So I wanted to put something before this inquiry that was more realistic and yet still showed some level of increase in traffic at Wilson's Corner. I don't think the 70-30, 70 new, 30 pass-by assessment is at all appropriate or realistic, and you can't put any weight in the Stantec results, certainly not for the sensitivity signal scheme that Essex have promoted. The 30-70 assessment is a robust test of Wilson's Corner. The 70-30 test using Lindsay is a robust test of the site access. So you've got two robust tests of the whole of the network before the inquiry.
See, it's quite noticeable, I suppose I've asked you twice, Mr. Budd, now, but you haven't explained why you've changed 30-70. You've just tried to explain all the other reasons why your scheme might be acceptable. Now, do you accept, in terms of the 30-70 split, there is no new evidence that you can point to as to why you've changed your mind?
If you're suggesting why haven't I done store surveys to justify it,
Well, no, I've been very precise, and I thought quite clear. I've asked you, there is no evidence for why you've changed your mind
okay, no,
to
there's
use
no new evidence.
30-70.
That's correct.
And further to that, there was a suggestion, and I think you referred to it in the emails, that at one point you were thinking maybe 50-50 could be considered. But firstly, did you ever work those numbers through?
No, not 50-50, no.
And again, there'd be no evidence to support 50-50 either.
No.
Yeah. And in terms of its timing, your analysis using 30-70 split is only been part of this appeal process, isn't it? It's not. It comes after the terms of the mediation.
It does, yeah.
And I assume you entered into the mediation thinking all the evidence was available that needed to be available.
Well, I entered into that process in a cooperative manner, but Essex weren't willing to accept anything less than 70-30 across the whole of the network. And so the process wouldn't have moved on, it wouldn't have gone anywhere, wouldn't have reported anything without going forward on that basis. I didn't agree with it, but I was in the process of mediation.
Yeah. And I suppose just to be clear, the report that was prepared as part of that mediation process by Stantec on the VISIM, is it, like, put it this way, do you agree that the methodology they applied and the numbers that they have produced can be relied upon? It's just the question whether that scenario that they put forward is the correct one. That's the difference between us.
I don't think the results of the Stantec VISIM modelling, with 70% of little traffic as being new to the whole network, should be relied upon. No, I don't think those results will ever materialise.
And there's a subsidiary point, as you heard from Mrs. Gore, that though there may be some criticisms made of some of the assumptions that Stantec used, put in the balance overall, a 70% approach is a robust way to look at the numbers. It would sort of sweep up any criticisms.
Well, that was why I agreed, well, that was why I conceded to the use of 70% through the mediation process, yeah. Because that was all that Essex were willing to accept was robust for the testing of the wider network.
Does suggest that your 30-70 is not robust, isn't it?
Sorry?
Your 30 producing a report based on a split of 30-70 it's not a robust assessment. It's obviously an assessment, but it's taking a more optimistic approach.
No, in my view, it is robust. In Essex views, it's not robust. In my view, it is a robust test of the wider network. Given the nature of a little food store, given the nature of Brentwood as a town, with the nature of traffic flowing through Wilson's Corner, yeah,
Okay.
everything in
Well,
around, 30% is a robust test of the wider network.
Okay, I'm taking that as far as I can. I'm just going to look at some of the results and the numbers. If you wanted to pause, there's obviously a point to do it, or I can Thank you. Mr. Budd, as I was just about to go to some of the figures. Now, you do helpfully produce some of the comparative situations in your tables in chapter 7, but you may recall I put together a sheet. I don't know if you still have a copy of it, of what 7.2, with the addition of the Stantec sensitivity single would look like. Hopefully, so you've got it. It was a loose sheet early on. Thank you. Now, I'm hopeful, as I mentioned when I introduced it, that it will just save a little bit of time in terms of also looking things up. But I suppose the starting point, isn't it? This is to deal with additional journey times within the area modelled for the VISIM model and the routes obviously identified. In terms of the Stantec approach, we obviously have the reference case and then the signal scheme with, I suppose we call 3-stage, and the sensitivity single is sort of the 4-stage. Now, I hope you've had a chance to look through this in terms of what's set out here, and can I just work on the assumption that there's no issue with how it's set out? Because I then obviously identify those points where more than 90 seconds is identified. And in terms, just if I deal firstly with the Stantec calculations in comparison to the reference case, the particular highlighted boxes, there are 5 in the first bit of the peak hour, 16:30, 17:30, and then indeed it's the same ones again that are problems in the 17:30 to 18:30 slot. As you heard from Mrs. Gore, of course, she relies upon the 4-stage, and I know you've given your criticism as to why that's not the appropriate one, but in terms of the delays that would represent, we're not just talking about 90 seconds, are we? We're starting to get into figures in the 300s, and indeed in the later peak, the 677, 643, 642. That on any assessment is a severe impact, isn't it? Just on the numbers and the effect in terms of journey time.
Yeah, it's a long period of time. I don't know what it relates to in terms of the overall journey time that those road users are experiencing. You've got the problem with the fact that the Stantec VISIM model is a closed network, and Brentwood is bigger than the Stantec VISIM model. You've got the problem with the fact that the input into the model, users can't change the time at which they travel, given the additional delays that might occur, and peak spreading is an observable and accepted result of congestion. And you've got, on top of everything, the fact that I can't see any reason why a highway authority would configure a junction with 4 stages when it's not necessary to consider it with 4 stages, configure it with 4 stages, if it produced results like this.
Just on that last point, I did wonder, there was a point that was made, and I don't know if that was the case, where it was suggested that the road safety audits wouldn't have considered 4 stages because of the consequences it might lead to on the side roads. Is that the same point, that if would they have taken account of the fact that it starts creating too many problems in terms of congestion?
So you're saying the safety audits that I commissioned?
Yeah, one of the comments, it's a related point, obviously not directly to this, but the road safety audit responses that you commissioned, one of the answers that you gave in chief was that their view that there wouldn't need to be 4 stages was partly influenced by the consequences of doing 4 stages. Is that related to the congestion point, or is that separate?
I don't think their view was based on that. I don't think the auditor's view was based on that alone.
Okay. No,
My view is definitely don't
Well-
configure it with 4 stages.
yeah, I mean, which of course is why I think we're glad to see we're essentially agreed. I mean, it would be surprising, I suppose, if not, that you wouldn't wish to introduce a junction that had that effect, would you? I mean, it requires this level of pedestrian crossings because of what's likely to happen in terms of pedestrian journeys, but equally in terms of coping with the traffic, 4 stages would, if it produces this result, is not one you would promote.
I wouldn't promote it. No. I mean, there's Essex are producing evidence of congestion back from Wilson's Corner in the peak hours. I don't think they've also reported evidence of severe accident rates at Wilson's Corner because of that congestion. So I don't think you can then make the switch from Wilson's Corner to the site access and say if there are long delays and heavy queues, there's going to be a severe safety problem. I just wouldn't contemplate configuring it with 4 stages in an urban location like this when there's just no need and when the results show that it'd be much less effective and efficient for all road users.
Yeah, well, I don't need to pursue questions and lines on that, but if one looks at the, I suppose, this measure, you said you weren't quite sure what would be comparing journey time to. We can see as to what the Stantec report mentions, and I've just basically cut and pasted what they said, that they've identified those where there would be an increase by more than 90 seconds, which would account for a single cycle of the signal control operation. Mm-hmm. Well, that's a reasonable measure, isn't it, of an unreasonable additional delay? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if one then looks at what's identified by them in terms of the signal scheme, which we've been referring to, which is with the 70% obviously built in 3 stages, there are still within that scenario the 5 particular routes that have experienced that level of delay in both these PM slots, 1 hour.
Under the 70-30
Yeah, under the 70-30. I mean, that
scenario.
is also an unreasonable delay, isn't it? An additional delay.
Yeah. Most of them are from High Street, where the flow is relatively low compared to the other approaches, and where there's another way out of High Street. You don't, if you're faced with a doubling or a tripling of your normal journey time, you're on High Street, I don't think you'd sit there for that long. I think you'd turn around and go out the other way. But Visim can't model that.
No, but in terms of being able to try and assess it, it's the best our model can do, isn't it? It's one of the limitations of the model that you can identify.
It's a huge limitation. Yeah, huge limitation.
But equally, when we look to your revised model, where you put in the 30% as opposed to 70% pass-by, there are still some instances where you get that additional delay. It's not eliminated, is it?
It's not completely eliminated, no. I don't think that's evidence of a severe impact, though, at all.
I don't think it's been suggested there, but it is obviously a significant impact, nevertheless.
But I don't think we can measure that properly. We don't know what that level of delay relates to. We just don't know. People do not start their journey at the top of Ongar Road and finish it at the bottom of Ingo Road. That's not the case. That's just where Vism can start to record a road user's journey time.
I'll come back to the study area, but just finally on the figures, obviously in terms of your table 7.2, you were just looking at the PM peak. One could do the same exercise, can't we, for the AM peak? It's, I assume that there's no particular significance to you just doing the PM in your proof at table 7.2. It's just, presume, for the sake of simplicity, you're looking at one set of figures, or are you saying it's somehow better in the morning?
Yeah, it's a lot better in the morning. There's less impact from less traffic on the network and less impact from little on the network. So the PM
But
peak, I think it's agreed.
Yeah, but obviously we've got the figures, haven't we, for the AM, and that's in partly the Stantec report and partly in your revised one as well. So I wasn't going to pause on that. Which allows me to, as I say, sort of move from that set of figures and move back to, I suppose, a more general point. Firstly, the relationship with Wilson's Corner seems to have risen a couple of times now. When the inspector comes to consider the impact of introducing this new site, are you suggesting that the new junction with North Road should not be considered in relationship with Wilson's Corner? Or at times it seems to be suggesting you thought there wasn't really that link. I mean, how strong a point is that in your mind now? Or do you accept the way it's been approached in the Vision reports is the correct way to look at this immediate network?
I think given the robustness of the test that we've undertaken through the transport assessment at the site access and at William Hunter Way, given the level of traffic that we forced through that junction and the staging scenarios that we tested that junction under, given the fact that all that evidence showed that the queue wouldn't block back as far as William Hunter Way, even allowing, as Mrs. Gore admitted, for the fact that traffic won't queue over a pedestrian crossing carpet, I think there's no need to look at the interaction between William Hunter Way and the site and the appeal site. And that's why I did resist it all the way through the planning process, the need to test William Hunter Way, because there are other wider things going on. There's
you talking about William Hunter Way or the Wilson's Corner in that answer?
There was Wilson's Corner.
I thought you were meaning Wilson's Corner. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's because obviously I didn't understand you to be saying there wasn't a relationship between William Hunter Way and the site access, because that was a bit nearer. Yes. Otherwise, gosh, we've got off on a frolic on different things. So I did think you were taking a point that Wilson's Corner was not in your view really to be considered in connection with the site access. Can I therefore ask a couple of points following that? Because in terms of what one sees on the ground at the moment, the traffic from the mini roundabout North End Road can be affected by queues at Wilson's Corner, can't they? I mean, the way it can be used. I mean, there's a current experience.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure why, if one has that current relationship, one should then discount it when it comes to assessing the impact of a new signalised junction. Surely there's still that, that link in the way.
It's not the other way around. If it was the other way around, if there was evidence of blocking back from North Road, say, a queue blocking back southbound towards Wilson's Corner, and we were going to impact that materially, then yeah, I could understand a need to look at it. But there's no evidence before the inquiry that that's going to happen. There's evidence in the Stantec report of occasional queuing. As far as William Hunter Way, and then traffic adds to the end of that queue, but it's just slow-moving traffic, and the southbound flow is slow-moving traffic. I think a signalised junction with a yellow box at the site access is the right way forward. Because at the moment, you do see occasions when there's a queuing through the mini roundabout, and there's no way of protecting a mini roundabout from that.
Right. So I think we've probably got as far as saying, yes, one needs to consider the relationship, but in terms of the introduction of signalised junction, you don't consider that the impact from the signalised junction on Wilson's Corner is material. Is that the difference between us?
Yeah.
Okay. Because when one looks at, I suppose, I wonder if I can take it one step further. When we look at the VISIM model, Wilson's Corner is clearly an integral part of that. So it is part of that assessment, isn't it?
It was part of that assessment for the wider local plan, not for site R15 in isolation. And I agree that it needs to be tested. I do recall when we first started looking at this, when I first started looking at this plan application with Essex, and I was aware of what was going on at Wilson's Corner. And I recall Mr. Johnston telling me about Stantec being engaged by or commissioned by Brentwood to produce a transport assessment for the local plan. And the first model that they produced was an Arcady model of the mini roundabout, the double mini roundabout junction. And Mr. Johnson was very sort of dismissive of the results of that assessment because it showed that it worked. And I don't doubt that it did. I think if you were to model that double mini roundabout in Arcady, it would work. What complicates things is the lane allocation, certainly on the southbound approach on Unger Road, because you can't model that in Arcady easily at all, and the interaction of the pedestrian crossings with the junction. So that was why I think Stantec then produced a VISIM model, and that was why they configured the model with pedestrian crossings on each approach to Wilson's Corner, and presumably recorded how many times those crossings were called on average in a peak hour and put that coding into a VISIM model. But if Wilson's Corner was just a double mini roundabout, designed properly with the right lane markings and in isolation of everything else, it would probably work. But it's town centre. It's got pedestrians crossing each arm.
But it sounds like one needs to use the right tool for the job, and in this case, it had to be VISIM to give you that proper analysis.
It has to be VISIM to give Essex that proper analysis of Wilson's Corner for the wider testing of the Brentwood local plan.
Right. Because, on to completely leave VISIM for the moment, but in terms of the effects in VISIM, do you agree that the effect on journey time is the main metric, but one also needs to look at the increase in average speeds or decrease in them, the point about throughput, and those are as relevant, but the main one is, those are relevant, but the main one is journey time.
No, I don't think you can look at journey time here at all. I don't think it's a meaningful measure at all. I mean, if you look at throughput's more or less identical. If you look at speeds through the network, speeds are hardly changed. They're slightly lower, but they're hardly changed. If you look at journey time, certainly on the basis of the 70-30 assessment, which I really don't agree with, then you've got nothing really to consider it against. As I said before, you're just looking at a tiny segment of Brentwood Town Centre and Essex, or South East Essex. It's just not an appropriate measure at all. It is a measure, but you've then got to consider it appropriately.
Final point on VISIM, obviously with your revised model, there was a dispute between you and Mr. Score as to what had happened when you reduce the 70% down to 30%. And she, as you would have heard, identified that there was a reduction in flows, a quite considerable matter, to some extent, I think, with 50 vehicles when you got down to Wilson's Corner. I mean, having now heard what she did look at. Do you accept that she did open your email and did see it through? It's just the dispute is essentially about whether your approach using the 30% is the correct one.
I think that is the dispute between us, yeah. And I don't think Mrs. Gore disputes that I've added 100% of little traffic now to the network, because there is definitely 100% of little traffic in the system, in the matrix, being put into VISIM. And it's been re-signed from other zones, so it's all there. It's all coming in from external zones, and it's all going in and out of little. It's just that you will only see an uplift of 30%. That equates to 30% of little traffic on the network. And the reduction that Mrs. Gore has noticed on Ongar Road, just the north of Wilson's Corner, is presumably because of the difference between 30% of little traffic being new and 70% of little traffic being new. And if that's 60 to 140, then that's quite a meaningful number.
I mean, this is a general point, but it appears to illustrate that the little traffic can have a significant effect on, well, particularly journey times. And it isn't just an insignificant number that's being produced by the store. It can have a significant impact, as we see between the comparison between the two VISIM models themselves.
So how do you make that conclusion?
I suppose I should take it slightly slower, but one argument might be, oh, it's only a small number of vehicles compared to the very large number per hour. But one can see that by simply changing from the 70-30 to 30-70, it can have a significant difference on the experience of journey times on this congested network.
It will, yes. I don't dispute that at all.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, in terms of, I suppose, the right tools for the job, one of the ones that I know that you've also relied upon is the LINSIG analysis of how the junction works. In terms of, I suppose, the reliance one can place on LINSIG, let's just see how far one can go, because do you accept that it doesn't, in terms of its own modelling, deal with anything more than the junction itself? It can't take account of, for instance, the interaction with Wilson's Corner, or the parking that might be in Ongar Street, or the suppressed demand point.
Parking on Ongar Road, I don't think that should be an issue at all, because again, it's an enforcement issue, and if Ongar Road is a priority 1 county road, as Essex insisted is, then it should be cleared of illegal parking and illegal waiting, servicing. In terms of whether LINSIG is the right tool for the job, it's completely the right tool for an isolated signalised junction. And if Mrs. Gore doesn't want to link the site access to the pedestrian crossings around Wilson's Corner, then it's an isolated signalised junction. It's completely the right tool for the job. Yes, there will be some platooning because of the pedestrian crossings, I would have thought, at Wilson's Corner. But in between there, William Hunter Way and North Road and the Pillside access, there's opportunity for the traffic flow to regularise and become more consistent in terms of its arrival profile. So, yeah, I'm completely satisfied that LINSIG is the right tool for the job.
But I suppose it's a limit to how much it answers the questions about these other issues. Yeah.
I don't think so. I think the transport assessment assessed it in an extremely robust way.
Yeah. Now, can I just check the data that we have? Because, as I understand it, the transport assessment looked at the LINSIG capacity both as a 3-stage and 4-stage operation.
It did, yeah.
But the work that you've done since the transport assessment's just looked at the 3-stage operation.
It has, yeah, because I think that's the only realistic test of this site access.
Yeah. And what we've got in your table 7.3, for instance, doesn't include the work that the transport note called number 6, which you produced. That's not what we have here in table 7.3, isn't it? There was like a further iteration.
Technical note 6 included the Linsig modelling of the revised geometry, I think, at the site access. And this is from the TA, isn't it?
Understood. Yes, your 7.3 is from the earlier work.
But there's very little difference between the two.
Right.
The slightly tighter radii that resulted from the change in the appeal scheme of the consultation period, just up to refusal, made no material difference at all to the capacity results.
But I understand that the most recent one is looking, I suppose, in terms of the peak. So I'm like, I'm going to get the wrong unit here, 4.5% or 0.9% of.
You're talking about PRC?
Sorry? Yeah.
Where's that?
I am. I have a reference from TN06 here, but that's going to take a little time to dig out. This is where I was going. Just 1 minute. I suppose. Sorry, the reference.
It's F2.15, it's the Peninsula Appendix 13.
Yeah, so we need to go into the F2.15 is the, as I understand it, a copy of a technical note that was produced. Mrs. Gore's evidence. I originally went to Mr. Gore's appendices, and it doesn't appear to be the right one electronically. So, fortunately, it's copied in Hilary Gore's appendices.
Appendix 13 is Mrs. Gore's.
Yes, so she has it as SCP Technical Note 6. Yeah. And electronically, that would be F, and the appendix starts 308. The report is at 310. And I suppose I also just asked the initial question, is this the set of figures that we should be currently using?
Well, I've got F13, where we are now, so
Yep. Sorry, in the right document now.
Yeah, I've got it.
And of course, I've just been handed.
page of the document itself or the overall page? I've got 311,652 or 2 or 4.
Apologies, I have. Yeah, I'm afraid I've been looking at a part of the proof that has.
Is it table?
It's table 4, I think we
Table 4.
should be at. Which?
Page 311.
Thank you. Yeah. 311, table 4. And the heading of table 4 is amended Linsig model responding to the County Council request for amended geometry. And this is particularly the pedestrian all reds, every cycle, site access and North Road run together. Now, firstly, is this, especially the most current set of figures, Mr. Budd? Is that the one that we should be looking to?
I think it still relies on the 1522 sales area store.
Yeah.
But it's the one that relates to the geometry of the site access.
Sorry.
It's the one that relates to the geometry of the site access, which is before the inquiry. That's the scheme that's gone for technical approval. So this is the Lindsay modelling that relates to that.
So this is the latest.
Yes.
Right. So I think I've just confirmed, so as you say, this is for the slightly larger store. Yeah. That's been assumed in this Linsig as well. Yeah.
I think so, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
And, sorry, it's the Saturday peak that one has, the bottom line is the practical reserve capacity is down to 0.9. Now, is that a percentage or is that an absolute?
No, it's a percentage, yeah.
Yep.
It means that you could increase the total junction inflow by not quite 1% without any single arm going over 90% saturated. So there's still no oversaturation. That's what practical reserve capacity means. That's what PLC is.
But essentially it's on the cusp.
It's a 90%. It's the level that you would tend to design for because it allows for the 10%, plus or minus 10%, that you tend to get daily variation.
Okay. I probably don't need to go to the other figures because we have them here, but just in terms of what we know about the Saturday peak, as you know, there's no visit modelling of it, but it is in this instance one where there will be likely a greater impact from the store traffic, isn't it, on the Saturday?
There would be more store traffic. I couldn't say whether there'd be a greater impact. It's a Saturday afternoon. Food stores tend to generate more custom on a Saturday afternoon, but again, the custom's already there. It's already going into Brentwood. It's not the Lidl that's going to be the main draw for customers going into Brentwood. And I presume that Saturday isn't of great importance to Essex County Council because they haven't requested Brentwood and Stantec to prepare a Saturday-based visit model for the wider testing of the local plan. So we're just looking at site R15, which is allocated for retail and a small amount of resi. I don't think there's going to be a greater impact on a Saturday at all. No.
I did wonder if that would be the case because in terms of retail, that tends to be the time there will be a greater impact from the store than it would be during the week.
There'll be more custom. I agree. There'll be more custom in and out of the Lidl site access on a Saturday. Don't deny that at all, but I don't believe you'll see a greater impact on the network because of that. Because that custom is already going into Brentwood. Brentwood is the destination. Brentwood town centre is the destination.
Yeah. But in terms of overall traffic on the network, is that likely to be lower? So the proportionate impact is going to be higher?
But we haven't got that before the inquiry. My evidence from the 2022 survey showed that Saturday traffic is on Ongar Road, just the south of the appeal site, is at a very similar level to the weekday P&P, but lower than it was before.
But thank you. The other thing I want to just obviously mention in terms of what we were looking at there, that's with 3-stage being calculated. Now this is only obviously going to be a matter of judgment, but there's likely to be a greater impact on capacity if it was 4-stage.
Yeah, undeniable. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see it.
Which is why you wouldn't do it.
But to get some space comparative, that's something you had looked at in the transport assessment. a 3 and 4 stage.
I did look at it to inform Essex of the likely effect of it. I never conceded that it was the right solution for the site access. It was an alternative way of staging it. If that was it. I'm just going to leave it there. It was put forward in the transport assessment as a possible way of configuring the site access.
Okay,
Don't agree it's necessary at all.
that's fine. Well, I think that's all I need to ask about Lindsay and what it's been able to show us. In which case, I think just a few remaining points. Essentially about the other junctions. In terms, firstly, of William Hunter Way, I just wonder if this is where we've got to, that on modelling done for, let's get this right, a mini roundabout using Arcady, then Mrs. Gore's view that really there wasn't much difference would follow. Is that correct? Whereas you've looked at different modelling for compact, but just dealing first of all with the modelling for it as a mini roundabout, there's really no.
If you want to model what is a standard roundabout as a mini roundabout, and I don't know why you would want to do that, but if you do model it in that way, then there's very little difference between the future year with little traffic and the existing.
Yeah.
But it's not the right way to model it. To Arcady, it is a standard roundabout, and it should be modelled as a standard roundabout. It's got a physical central reserve, and I know Mrs. Gore was talking about the fact that traffic needs to be able to negotiate its way around a physical island. That's there in the transport assessment in Appendix 17, is it? Let me just try and find it. We tracked the mitigation scheme for William Hunter Way with HGVs. I'm going to struggle now to find out where it is, but just bear with me. Can you give me 2 minutes to find it?
Yeah.
So I haven't got paginated number, but it's Appendix 17 of my transport assessment. If somebody else can find that. Yeah.
No, it goes down into a small. Let's see if I can track it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the standard roundabout.
So transport assessment is document A5 in A, and then A6 is its appendices. And I think electronically, page 500 of this PDF would take us to Appendix 17.
So there are two drawings just behind the appendix divider. And
Right, just touch it and it goes into it and I have to go right back. Your appendix 5 is the 10. That's the trouble with this box.
yeah,
So it's page 500 of bundle A.
those two drawings. So what Arcady needs to know is what is the diameter of the central island, and if it's, I think as I said in chief, if it's less than 4 metres, it's overrunnable, then it's a mini roundabout. If it's 4 metres in diameter, then it's a standard roundabout. And I think Mrs. Gore was suggesting that I produced this mitigation scheme and hadn't checked that traffic could drive around it. But I had, and that was at Appendix 17 of my TA, to show that HGVs could undertake the necessary manoeuvres through it. So, yes, I agree that in terms of DMRB, it's not a compact roundabout, but in terms of Arcady and how drivers will approach it, it should be modelled as a standard roundabout.
That appears to be the difference, isn't it? That modelling it that way means it has greater capacity than if you were modelling it as a mini roundabout.
Absolutely, yeah.
And as Mrs. Gore has pointed out, that it wouldn't be meeting the design for roundabouts. Now, going to be an acronym here. Maximum ICD of a mini roundabout should be 28 metres, and that's something that isn't met here. The minimum
That's not
should be
true.
expected.
That's not true. I think DMRB says the range of an ICD for a compact is 28 to 30 something. But that isn't what Arcady looks at. Arcady doesn't look at that. It looks at whether it's there's a physical central island, and if there is it less than, was it more than 4 metres? And it looks at whether the whole ICD of the junction is more than 130 metres or more. You've got 3 different kinds of roundabout to tell Arcady that you're looking at. One's a mini roundabout, which this isn't. The other is a large roundabout or grade separated roundabout, which this isn't. Everything else should be modelled as a standard roundabout. So it's quite wrong to take the results that I offered as on a without prejudice basis in, is it TN06, as evidence of no material improvement.
Right. But in terms of you certainly wouldn't have it as a curved island in the middle.
That is a curved island. It's a physical island because HGVs aren't running over it. You wouldn't want to overrun that. There's an envelope around it which is there to take the swept path of an HGV but deflect other lighter traffic around it in a more conventional fashion for a roundabout. But in all other respects, it's a standard roundabout.
Okay. Well, I think I can take it further. The other remaining junction is Wilson's Corner. Now, I know you sort of came up with some ideas, having just driven through it recently, but it's not that there is a specific scheme that meets that. I mean, it's
No, but there's a task force.
and the I suppose it's taken people 20 years. It's not as simple as you've suggested, is it, in terms of the actual traffic flows that need to get through that, and the pedestrian flows as well that go around it.
Well, I still haven't quite got it clear in my head what Essex's priority is for Wilson's Corner and the A128. If the A128, if the primary purpose of it is movement of traffic, then Essex needs to do something to Wilson's Corner to reduce the provision for pedestrians, because that is the main problem at Wilson's Corner. If Essex accept that, you know, slow-moving traffic along Ongar Road and around Wilson's Corner is to the benefit of pedestrians, and you know, the use of the town centre, the safe use of the town centre by pedestrians, then keep it as it is and accept that there'll be, you know, occasions when there's queuing and congestion. But I don't know what Essex want. I don't think they know what they want.
Yes, there's a difficult congested junction. Yeah. I mean, can I just check one further point there on Wilson's Corner? The potential to link the signals at the new junction to what happens, I suppose, further south on Ongar Road. I wasn't sure how much you were relying upon that for the improvements that you suggested. But in terms of trying to link the signals, the problem is, you know, who do you hold on green and who do you not, would be quite difficult, wouldn't it, with the distance and the different directions traffic is going to be going in. This is not a simple relationship.
I'm not saying it's simple, no, but I think it's worth looking at. I think it's definitely worth looking at. And if you don't look at the relationship between the appeal site access and Wilson's Corner, then at least look at the controlled crossings of Wilson's Corner and try and link those better to each other. But no, I mean, it's usually you take 200 metres as being the sort of the cut-off for junctions that you would look at being linked in some way, and this is probably at the limit of that.
Yeah.
But it's definitely worth doing, definitely worth exploring.
Yeah, understood. Right. Apart from a large frown from behind me, not surprisingly. There's nothing further I wanted to ask, so thank you, Mr. Burden. We seem to have done reasonably well on time.
So I think I've got about 10 minutes. Is that okay? I've got a couple of questions, clarifications. I just want to warn you, because you say you want to get away. Thank you.
No, it's if somebody doesn't say, I'm not going to turn it on, as we found out. The Lean Sig modelling that's in your proof, Mr. Budd, that you were asked about, I just want to make sure we've understood what lies behind it. Your proof, page 35, 36, you set out the Lean Sig outputs, I think, from the TA, is that right?
Yes.
And if we see at 441, you explained that the table above considers a situation where pedestrian demand is such that all red stages are called every cycle, and you say, given the degree to which I've allowed for additional traffic as a result of suppressed demand, traffic growth, and the little 70% new and just 30% pass by, it's an extremely robust test of proposals. So in the TA, what was the assumption about the percentage of new trips on?
70%.
Right. And when we looked at the more recent Linsig material that you were taking to, the one we spent some time hunting for, what was the assumption about the percentage of new trips?
Can you just take me to that again so I'm completely sure?
I'm not sure I wrote down the reference, so I was busy noting I needed to ask you about it. If we look in your proof, it's the tables that you've got. No, it's not. It's the updated material that we went to before.
In TN04, in TN06?
Yes,
That was the same.
it's the same.
Yeah.
So TN06, the Linsig, most recent Linsig analysis was done assuming 70% new, 30% pass by. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right.
It was just the geometry that was changed.
Okay. Thank you. In respect to the Arcady work that we were just looking at for William Hunter Way, was that done on a 70% new, 30% pass by, or what?
It was, yes. Yeah.
Right. So all of the Linsig and Arcady analysis that you've produced has been done on the basis of assuming 70% of Lidl traffic is new to the network.
70% of Lidl traffic is being new. Traffic growth to 2024 from 2018 using temporary local growth rates when there's no evidence of any peak hour traffic growth.
Right.
Yes, very robust.
Thank you. Now, you were asked some questions about why had you changed your mind about 70-30 and 30-70. I just want to explore that because you had, just before you were asked those questions, explained that when you produced the TA, you weren't looking at the area that VISIM applies to physically. You were looking at the site and the junction nearby.
Yeah.
And we've just seen that throughout all of your junction assessment, Linsig and Arcady, you've retained 70-30. We know that when Stantec came onto the scene, the area that was being studied changed, didn't it? The physical geographic area of the network changed.
Massively. Yeah.
Right. And so, if one looks at the percentage of new trips on that new larger area, what is your view as to whether it's appropriate to continue to adopt a 70-30 split on that larger area?
It's unrealistic to assume the same relationship, the same assumption.
And Stantec, as we know in the mediation, adopted the 70-30, as the mediator explained that was something that ECC sought. And we saw the views of the mediator. He thought that was overly robust.
Yeah.
And after the mediation, and as part of the work for this inquiry, you've produced a VISIM study looking at 30% new and 70% secondary trips.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of the position of producing that 30-70 for this inquiry, to what extent does that reflect a new view on your part when one's looking at the geographical area that the VISIM model applies to?
I think it still represents a robust test of the wider area because I don't believe you're going to see even a 30%, or 30% of Little's traffic is being new to the wider area. So it's still a robust test. But in relation to the immediate vicinity around the site access, it's a good test. It's not as robust as 70%, obviously, but it's still a good test of the corridor, the Ongar Road corridor between the Hill site access and Wilson's Corner.
Thank you. When Stantec adopted 70/30, what was your view about the appropriateness of using that for the geographical area of the network they were looking at?
I thought it was a completely inappropriate test. I made that point on numerous occasions during the mediation process, but it wasn't going to progress without that assumption.
Right. Okay. And so, to what extent does the production of the 30%, 70% reflect your consistent view for the geographical area that the VISIM model applies to?
It still represents a robust test of the wider network. My consistent view is that you won't experience a material uplift in traffic, even to the extent we've tested under 30/70 over the wider area network. Certainly not at Wilson's Corner, certainly not in the PM peak. But it's a robust test.
Thank you. Yes, on to matters of safety. You were asked about the issue that has led the council to determine that 4 stages would be appropriate for the site, signalised junction, not 3. And you pointed out that in terms of the nature of the flows going through that junction, that the Ongar Road flows, which flow even on the 4 stage at the same time north and south, was being approached differently by the councils than the North Road to the site of flows, where they are saying that those arms which are lower flows need to have their own stages. To what extent do you see inconsistency of approach in the position adopted by the councils in the light of that?
I think it's completely inconsistent. If Mr. Henderson, if Essex are concerned about gap acceptance, about the way in which right turners will interact with opposing traffic, then it should be the Ongar Road approaches which they should be seeking to separately stage, rather than 2 much more lightly trafficked and lower speed approaches to the junction. It's never been suggested, never been raised as a concern. So why on earth the 2 side roads is such a concern to them, I have no idea.
I think that's it. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bubb.
Just to give you clarification, I'm intrigued about this right hand side. It's partly because, let us assume traffic's flowing north-south.
Yep.
Yep, you've got some road straight on, you've got some in the right-hand turn lane, okay? Lights go to red,
Yep.
north and south. A few in the lane whiz across. Isn't there with the knowledge that there's a right turn lane, will then start just nipping into that right turn lane, knowing that they're going to switch the lights to red for the right turn lane. Tell me if I'm stupid, please, but I'm just intrigued.
No, I don't think that's the case at all. No, what it will do.
You see what I'm getting at? Is people are going to know it, so they're going to switch that phase on every time.
Well, okay,
See what
but
I'm saying?
yeah, I suppose that's what you're saying. I think that as the lights are turning to red on the northbound approach, you sneak across and you park yourself behind another.
The right turning lane.
Yeah.
With the knowledge
That you're going to get
you're going to
a short green arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think traffic is going to routinely do that because the demand just isn't there for that number of right turns. Every single cycle that would make 3 per cycle and make 120 turning right just into Lidl, which I don't think you're going to realise. I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, I was just intrigued.
No, it's just an emergency facility.
Fair enough. VA process.
Yeah.
If north and south are fairly, well, chocolate blocks not quite, not technically, I know. How does the VA work? Because surely the VA only comes into its own if you've got no demand on one lane, on one section. If you've got demand on all, then you're going to automatically go back to a normal cycle, aren't you?
If you've got demand on all, yeah. If it was a heavily trafficked crossroads and you had sort of saturation on.
If you haven't got anyone coming out of North Road or Lidl's, then it will be a bit longer than North South.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
But
not necessarily like how I think it is.
maybe not at peak times, no. But on the whole, on average, across the whole day, mover will be a material benefit to that location.
We did say at one point, journey time is not a meaningful measure. Can we expand that?
Yes, I don't think that the extraction of a journey time for a limited area network, because we've only got, I don't know how many hundreds of metres it is, from just north of the appeal site or from Burland Road down to just south of Wilson's Corner. That doesn't represent the full extent of a road user's journey at all. It's only a bit of it, only a tiny fraction of it. So we need to know more. We need to know, usually a model like the one that Stantec have produced in Visym would be a sort of a cordon network of a wider strategic model. I don't think they did that. I think they've done a sort of a spreadsheet model for the wider Brentwood area, the local plan, and we've just.
No more questions? Wonderful. Right, it is now 17:08. Adjourned until tomorrow. Tomorrow we have, well, we're through all the actual work tonight, so we've got air quality going around the table. Yeah. Are you gents going to be involved in that?
I was intending to be, yes. 'Cause
Buildability, we call it that. We've done that, haven't we? I think we've thrashed that fairly well. I'm happy to have a 5-minute discussion on it, but I think that's all we can do.
yeah, I don't think I've got anything else really.
I can check, but I think we're right to draw most that, just to
Which we've just mentioned, perhaps in conditions when we come to that condition. Basically, that.
Yeah.
We haven't had any parameters, so we're taking that as read.
And usually, because obviously I don't agree with like policies, but I'm not averse to being just check that we're all agreed.
I don't think there's any dispute over any meaning of policy.
No, I think there is in that sense.
Oh, it's amazing and refreshing. You're not embarrassed to tell me how much weight or whatever policy.
Like restraints. No, I mean, it is.
Do you want a very quick session on planning or not tomorrow? Or should we sort that out in the morning?
Can I take instructions and let you know in the morning? I doubt it. I'm leaning that way.
Then we've got conditions, section 106.
it would be nice to have some.
So I think we get through what we can in the morning. I will do the site visit, lunchtime-ish or whatever. I'm happy to be accompanied, I'm happy to do it unaccompanied. If the parties wish to come with me to point things out, then well and good. If not, then say I'm happy to do it on my own. Can't think about that overnight, let me know tomorrow. Half 9, 10 o'clock tomorrow.
There was one extra issue, like, there was a cross application being made.
Which is
So,
coming after, yeah.
what's the basis for it and how should we deal with it?
Again, I need to take instructions.
You've seen it, have you?
It seems like it dates back to the application, so the appeal. So it's as old as that, but it hasn't got through to us.
It is as old as that.
So it's got some, I don't know if there are additional things are happening or whether it's something that we should do with the writing in a short time, I don't know.
I'll take instructions and I'll send you an email as soon as I know.
You get your heads together, can do. Okay. In which case, thank you all.
Procedural matter for tomorrow, I'm afraid, sir. There is a wedding taking, several weddings taking place tomorrow in committee rooms 1 and 2. So we do need to ask if you could, if party remove your items tonight from those rooms, please. And then we will make rooms available behind the locked doors tomorrow. So gentlemen from the one will let you in tomorrow.
Right.
And show you, you've been moving things overnight, you probably haven't noticed that. So do you have stuff in your room? Okay, fabulous. And then in the
What are you going to say next?
no, this is fine, but
We're waiting here tomorrow.
and also just to be generally mindful tomorrow that there are, I think, 3 weddings taking place in those 2 weeks for whatever happens in the lobby, basically.
I won't barge in, don't worry.
At least you're not telling me the performance of sound music. Because that happens to me once. I'm not moving to South. The West Side Story may be, but I'm not moving to South music. I'll drive up on the council officer's space. Right, thank you, ladies and gents. See you at, you say 9:30 or 10? Which is okay.
I think 9:30 would suit me because it might mean we get. So, okay. Can let's go have a quick chat in the room next door.
No, I think they were from that pile. So, thank you.
As well, so.
Yeah.